want to be. And I want to assure you guys that when you're consistent with the communities and, you know, they talk about taking something as gospel truth, you're loyal to your group, you come out to share your ideas. If you learn something, come and share. Those guys have never moved on the streets looking for jobs. They will always succeed. So I want us to embrace all these and, you know, and we excel in whatever we do. We are going to have a lot to share during the day, and I believe we have a lot more to benefit. I always have a problem. I talk a lot because I have a lot to tell developers. But I wouldn't want to, you know, consume a lot of time that we have already, you know, we have already cleared some good minutes, if not an hour. So I'll hand over back to our host. Then we can continue from there. Thank you.
A round of applause for Solomon, please. I know we're hungry, but that's going to be dealt with. Another round of applause, you guys. Okay, so let's get viral, first of all. On Twitter, the hashtag is hashtag DevFestUG 2021. Then hashtag DevFestUG 2021, hashtag DevFest Kampala 21, hashtag DevFest 2021, and at the Village UG, at GDG Cloud Kampala. I believe they're going to put these up for us shortly, but that's what we need us to do. So tell us where you're watching from, whoever is watching online. We're so happy to have you with us today. And everyone who is physical is so glad you could make it today. We're really grateful for your presence here today. You're going to make this event as colorful as we imagined it would be. So on to the next person, because really time is not our friend. We're going to have a keynote by Stephen S. Musoke. Is he in the building? Most definitely. Imagine sitting right next to someone and not knowing their name, and you find out when you're announcing. How sad. So you're most welcome. Seeing as you're one of the kindest people I've met this morning, you're most welcome to join us and share with us what you have today. So the floor is yours, Stephen.
Bad man looking good in the bad man drip to the car.
Hello? Morning, everybody. Do I use my voice or do I use the mic? You want the mic? Okay. Thank you very much, Solomon, for giving me this opportunity to keynote at DevFest. I'm an old school developer. I've been writing code for 25 years. That's about halfway my dev life, because I intend to write code for another 45. We're using exponential, binomial. So I hope to be seeing you guys when you even leave, and probably train your children also. My keynote is pretty interesting. I'm waiting for to be given my clicker. We've been in a pandemic. Some of us have not been out of our homes for weeks. Some of us actually discovered we are staying with some very good people in our homes. But the purpose of this DevFest is reconnecting communities after the pandemic. I am an eternal optimist, everybody knows, and cynical in the same. So actually what do I do with this one? Okay. Sorry. Okay. It's not moving. Don't worry. Murphy's Law says if anything can go wrong, it will, and usually does. So, well, what we are talking about, where do I point it? I just pointed that side, eh? Yeah. You know, you have these remotes at home whereby to actually use it, you have to stand straight in front of the TV and aim for the red thing. But we are going to proceed quickly. So essentially, I am the eternal optimist. We've been in a pandemic. But guess what? We techies have the largest and available opportunity. While everybody is suffering and crying, we have an opportunity. And like the title of my slide says, opportunity favors the prepared. How are we to get ready? It's never too late, by the way, because it's just accelerating. So as we are looking to recover from and reconnect with communities that have been affected by the pandemic, we have to take advantage of this opportunity. And therefore, what we need to do is, what I'm just going to be talking about is my ideas, my thoughts, some of them a bit wild, some a bit crazy, and some a bit practical about what we are meant to do or what we need to do to take advantage of this. Okay. I can also talk a lot like Solomon as I wait. I started coding, like I told people, in about 25 years ago. 1996, I met a gentleman. I didn't know him. He asked me, what do you do? I said, I'm in VAC. He said, come and see me. He was setting up a computer company for sending email. Yeah, nowadays you have email on your phones, but nowadays email was something of a novelty because we had a big server that cost about $20,000, which is less powerful than the cheapest of your smartphones because it had a 486 processor and 2 GB of RAM. And 32 MB of RAM. That was massive, and we were ahead of the curve. Right? For me, internet meant that gentleman used to go to the US and come back once in 6 months. So he basically downloaded the internet onto CDs. And I used to read those CDs back to back, cover to cover, because the websites had been downloaded. How many of you know what the function of an F1 key is on your computers? You don't even know. F1 is what you guys call Googling today. It is help. If you go in any application and hit F1, you'll get a help menu. For us, that is as far as the internet happened. We used to go to cafes and things like that. We even had memberships. They take your photo. You think getting a national ID is hard. Try getting membership into a cafe. They take your photo, your fingerprint, etc., just to get one of those plastic membership cards. That's where we started, and it has been democratized today. The question is, how are we going to take advantage of this opportunity? Because opportunity lies wherever there are constraints. If your internet is not fast enough, guess what? That's an opportunity. Why? Because today people say I'm on 2G, right? How fast is 2G for those who know internet speeds? Okay. I'm going to talk about knowing your problem domains. If we are talking about 2G speeds, what are we talking about? We used to start with big modems as big as some of your laptops that used to connect at 9600 kbps per second. So we used to actually get 1 to 2 kbps, which is like the lower end of age, which is like 1G. But guess what? That community was a novelty in 1996 when I first touched a computer. Computers were a novelty. Actually, when I went to university, in my days, for some reason, my computer exam was lost, right? So our lecturer decided to give me he asked me, do I give you an oral interview? I told him, bring it on. So he asked me, Microsoft Word, how do you change a page to portrait? Guess what? I knew this stuff because I'd been teaching Microsoft Word to older people. I told him, go to File, Page Setup. You will find the menu in the bottom right-hand corner. He checked, gave me 80%. I passed. We used to use Turbo Pascal and etc. But that was our day. Your day is different. All you need is a browser. GitHub code spaces, your IDE is in the cloud for free. But that doesn't mean you can use it. I'm still waiting for my slides. That doesn't mean you can use it to actually solve problems, right? Just because you have a fast computer, fast internet connection, the latest knowledge, I hear Node.js, etc. I tried, by the way, the JavaScript guys. I don't know how you manage NPM. I want a single line thing to capitalize. The thing pulls down 6,000 packages. For what? For us, we used to copy the code and paste it into a file, right? Today, guys are telling me, React, the paradigm shift has still refused because I don't understand why I have to send data to a page and you build it in HTML. At the end of the day, we're all delivering HTML. Even in your Android apps or iOS apps, it's still HTML, the language of the web. But the question is this, that is just the first step. But how do we get there and make sure that after 25 years, you still enjoy coding like I do? I tried management, etc. Anytime you see a CEO's salary, it is okay. With developers, you can grow, you can actually excel without even leaving this country, physically. Because now how many of you are fully vaccinated, 5G? How many? Guys, one of my slides says, get what? Get vaxxed. You may not believe in the vaccine, etc., but it's going to become your passport to be able to move. And before you know it, you'll be paying for those vaccines. Quote me. So, do we start? Okay. So the COVID-19 opportunity. COVID, March 30th, lockdown. March 18th, 21st, 18th, eh? Bah! Whoever believed that a taxi would not move for a week, they were down for 6 weeks, not moving. We were in our homes. Whoever believed that planes would stop moving, whoever believed you'd be told to stay home. Only if we of the Pandagali days knew that at 7 o'clock, gates are closed, dogs are out. But now, by your own needs, you cannot walk, you cannot see your family. Okay? The pandemic has radically disrupted life as we know it. And for us who are pessimists on the other side, it's the first of many. Those who read the Bible. Don't you remember Moses did these things? You don't remember? We've seen locusts. We have seen floods. We have seen sun and the crops. What did I say? And the crops dried in the fields. But I'm also a pastor. I'll tell you about my church after. But all these things have been predicted and they have actually happened before. But there's an opportunity for us techies. Technology, the internet has flattened the world. Just like Columbus said, when you sail your ship that side, you will probably fall off. Okay? Basically, I'm hoping that this keynote will set the stage for everything else we'll learn. And one of the key things I keep telling techies is learn everything that you can. You cannot have too much knowledge. I have some my children are growing a bit, and what I've decided to do is teach them everything. They cook, they wash, they clean. My daughters now do natural hair. They don't lock dreads yet, but when I go locking, they're the ones who help me out. They do everything. Now we're even baking. And my advice to them, actually not an advice, but Daddy's soft ultimatum, was that I am not buying Grab. We have an oven, and there's flour. Take the flour and make it magical. Bake your cookies that can last 3 months. I'm happy to buy, what do you call them? Those things you lock. Ziploc bags. I will buy Ziploc bags, but I'm not buying Renyewa, I'm not buying hard corn. The opportunity is here for us to use it, and the key thing is for us to use it. For you techies, everybody says, I'll be at my computer. Yes, that is just 20%. Get out, talk to people, become an expert in domains. Looks like we're still having technical issues. Can I use my laptop? I can use my laptop. So I believe a lot in Murphy's Law. If anything can go wrong, it will, and usually does. So what we are going to do is, as well as I used to be a scout, and the scout's motto is, be prepared is our motto. So what we are going to do, like I said, opportunity favors the prepared. I have this, I have a clicker, and just to save time, I'll not say anything bad about Windows in this DevFest. Connect it and put it in there. Are we live? Okay, we're still waiting. Has it come? Scanning for devices. Let me know when you see it. Do we have to? Has it come? Yeah, there's an unknown device. Just put it in here. Put it in here. Okay. We can use this if this works. Take that out. So the more things change, the more they remain the same. In 1996, we used to have a dongle for everything. A mouse, a keyboard, we used to use the serial ports, and there we are. Is it? No. So everything, even the modem had a male serial connector. Some of you have never seen it, which looks like a display port. It has worked for a long time. But now when you buy an Apple device, you have to buy a USB connector for your USB, for your what? Smart card, etc. So the more things change, the more they remain the same. Yeah. Murphy's Law in full effect. Let's have something else. Yeah, no, I'm just looking for perhaps. Don't have any more connectors. Has Jod? Has refused it? Try another.
I'm trying it out.
But I saw the I saw them. No, I saw them coming.
Oh, yeah.
There it is.
Coming on.
Just get the remote so that you just say okay.
I want to transfer his work.
No, it's already here.
It's got display
No, it's not.
because we have got a Windows PC.
Okay. Yeah, like they say, diversity is great. We've got a Windows PC that works. So despite all the fancy tech, and that one of the things I'm going to talk about is the simplest solutions always tend to work. What? So any questions before I start? I think maybe we can engage. In case you have any questions, I could answer some and we see how we move this along as we wait, since you're local anyway. Yes. Good morning. Oh, okay, what do I do? Aha. So currently I am working with EMR systems. I help build and roll out national electronic medical systems based on OpenMRS for Uganda. A system called Uganda EMR out of a partnership between Makerere University School of Public Health and University of California, San Francisco. Despite all the names, there are universities collaborating that were funded to build, roll out an EMR. We use Java, Spring, XML during the day. At night, if you notice my feed, I love PHP. I believe PHP is the best language after driving like 60% of the internet. So I love PHP. It was my first language. Okay, not my first, but my first web language when I fell in love with the web in 2000. And I've been using it ever since. So if you want to learn a language, by the way, WordPress, Joomla, what else, Moodle, those are PHP stuff. So we won't go into language wars, but yeah. I use two of the biggest, Java and PHP. With that, you don't need any other language. Yeah. JavaScript, HTML, CSS are also languages, by the way, but yeah. So, any others? None? Devs have no questions. We can talk about the future of, yes. Pardon? My GitHub. So my username is ssmusoke. If a service does not provide it, I don't use that service. It's a very simple approach to life. The world will bend to your will if you decide. It's my GitHub, Twitter, Facebook, LinkedIn, Gravatar, Stack Overflow, GitLab. I think those are all. GitLab, Google Cloud, Heroku, AWS, Azure. Like you will notice I am, how do you call it? Does it work? Yeah. I think you have to do the other one, the presenter mode. Yeah, I use any service. I'm technology agnostic because solving problems for customers does not require you to pick you pick a technology that you know how to use, but essentially it's been democratized that you actually don't have to. There we go. Okay. Okay. Yeah, finally, like they say, it doesn't matter how dark the night is. Doesn't matter how dark the night is. You guys, you don't even read the Bible, you don't go to church. Morning will come. Are we together? It doesn't matter how dark the night is. I don't remember the verse of the Bible. So essentially, I'm just going to talk about the COVID-19 opportunity. Opportunity favors the prepared. Because I was thinking, like if I'm going to talk to a group of developers who are coming out of a pandemic, everybody is talking about gloom and bloom, Omicron, what, we're going to lock you down again, etc. Let's start with a ray of hope. Let's start with a message about the future. So we're going to talk about the COVID-19 pandemic and the opportunity. But first, like they say, let's start with history. What's the COVID-19 effect? Really, this effect is COVID-19 has been the largest accelerant of digitization. Every government office that had refused and only worked with an email now has a web presence. They have a digital presence. Are we together? So it is the greatest accelerator of digitization the world has seen. Remote work is now an accepted mode. Before, working from home required special permission. Now we have spent a year working from home. So it is okay. In fact, people are telling you if you're not vaccinated, don't come to the office. Are we together? Work from home is now normal. Before you'd have people, one, it's accepted at the office, but it's now normal. And I'll also encourage you guys, I know many of you sit on bad tables, bad chairs, get a comfortable chair. Don't work on the couch. Sit straight, perpendicular 90 degrees like those classroom chairs. After 25 years, even if you have a stoop like mine, you will find that you can still work. Carpal tunnel and other injuries are actually real. So invest in the furniture you sit in. You don't need an expensive Herman Miller chair. Go to your local what? Carpenter. Let him get you a nice chair with a soft cushion. Your back will thank you for it. Solutions are being migrated from on-premise to the cloud. All our government offices and corporates who used to say we have our own server rooms, now they're asking, how do we move them to the cloud so that people can access them in case we have another lockdown? So why? So GCP, etc. are critical. Cloud skills are critical in the new age. Projects are now cloud first. Not cloud only, but cloud first. And mobile first, because somebody may not get to use it on a computer. So they are mobile first, and in some cases they are mobile only. So, if you're learning design or programming, pick up mobile first and cloud first. And I don't know if you guys have heard of the Great Resignation in Europe, whereby about 20 million people have resigned from their jobs. because they're no longer feeling fulfilled. What does that mean? Opportunity. There are not enough developers in America, in Europe to solve those problems because now they have to go digital. Which means our skills cannot just be, oh, I wrote a Node.js with Express and Mongo. Somebody asks you to demo the thing, you need 2 days. No, we must be able to deliver solutions. And solutions mean using appropriate technology. You will see a lot of my slides, I usually put quotes on the side because they sort of help bring some smiles. I can't do photos, I'm graphically challenged. So what now? Globalization. This term, I had this term in 2000, whereby one of my mentors used to say, think global, act local. Do not worry about your competition. Many people say, how am I competing with etc. Your competition is a guy in China. They don't buy internet in bundles. Alibaba has given them fiber optic, and there are 1 billion customers for you only have 10,000. But you can still compete. Nobody says Goliath will always win. David always has a chance. Okay? So, when we do globalization, we say leverage best practices. Fortunately, the next person is going to talk about CI, CD, pipelines, etc. When you write code on your computer, it's useless. Code is only useful in production, being used by a customer. So it must get from your PC to the server that the customer is going to use it for. And how do you trust that and sleep at night? That is TDD. If you don't, TDD is the reason why you will sleep. If your app has no tests, you will never sleep. This is from experience, by the way, also. And coded in Africa, for Africa, by Africans. For me, this one is the message I am going to sing. And with women at the front. I did add that one because I didn't want to sound too much of a feminist. But I'm saying, coded in Africa, for Africa, by Africans, with women at the what? Forefront. We have to admit. Maybe you guys haven't worked with awesome women. May I have worked with the totally awesome women that blow my mind each and every time. Of their capabilities, of their skill, of what they can grow, of their insights. And if I had a choice between a man and a woman, I would always pick a what? Sorry guys, nothing feminist, but they have delivered each and every time. They're at the forefront, and we all run together. So how do we take advantage? These slides are just talking about how do we plan to take advantage. And now I know it's a DevFest, right? How much of a project time is spent coding? How many know? Of a project time, the technology project. How much is of the coding it's 20%. So my code is going to be 20% of my slides. The other 80% is going to be about the things that make that code possible. One, open source. Open source. Anytime if I have a private repository that I don't want to see my ideas are dime a dozen, they're cheap. Use open source. Open source your stuff. Put it out there, right? The Baganda say, kotalie. Guys, okagabira muno. Are we together? Open source means we are standing on the shoulders of giants. The only reason you're able to use Apache, Node.js, I'm going to keep it in Node.js because I failed to understand React, etc. And why I love PHP and Java, all open source. Are we together? Open source is the key. Great tools are built on open source. Great tools. I'm not saying Microsoft is not doing good stuff, but it will amaze you that Microsoft has been one of the largest contributors to open source over the last 20 years. You will be amazed that Microsoft is, despite the fact that they tried to kill it before, it was just a business thing, but they were still contributing to open source. Now they're a good citizen. You can grow your skill sets and open up opportunities in a global audience. Yesterday we had a meeting with a team I work with, and one of the guys seated next to me was my Google Summer of Code student 4 years ago. Now he's a senior developer. When he speaks, I keep quiet because half the stuff he talks I don't understand. But I say, yes, that one seems to make sense. So I tell him, simplify it so that I can understand what you're saying. As long as I understand what you're saying, we can go along. He's a senior developer. He's working from home. He graduated last year. But he has 4 years working experience because his GSOC, he did it in his first. You're waiting to graduate, eh? Okay. Improve your coding skills. There's only one way. Coding is a muscle. Are we together? If you don't exercise it, it atrophies. You know, I now deal with doctors, so I use medical terminology. It atrophies, and so you have to keep coding. If you code in JavaScript for 2 years, you will forget your back end. You know, things like that. But you have to keep coding. And share your code. Support open source projects. How many of you participated in Hacktoberfest? Now those people have profiles. You guys are waiting for jobs. Eh? You're looking for jobs. Hacktoberfest, open source, is the great leveler. I don't know why this thing keeps changing. Okay, it has. Interact with a diverse group of people. We work with an EMR called OpenMRS during the day. At night, I follow Laravel. You know, all of them. I love Bootstrap, open source, open source, open source. The best tool for the job is the one you know how to use, but that doesn't mean that you have to use it all the time. That's what my aunt says. Contribute to knowledge in the world. You can add. I see top Ugandans, I see guys with 200,000 commits. You have to be on that list. If you're not on that list, you're wasting time. Find the time, and I will tell you where to find the time. Tech, invest in yourself. How many of you have paid for software in the last year? How many of you have paid for a course in the last year? Okay. Open source seems to be free, and it's great. But you need to also invest in your what? Don't be like a taxi driver who says, "Sigena kuteka computer kubanga mzee, nate kubanga mzee ya ino jisasulida." It's okay. But his business is driving the car. Learn how to invest in yourself. And how do you do it? For all your income, I would suggest putting aside 10% tithe for church, 10% for, and like they say, pay yourself first, 10%. Now the rest can go to problems. Are we together? All responsibilities that you have. If you don't invest in yourself, in your tools, in the things you use, like you saw, I was looking for tools, etc. I have every tool. I have 6 connectors for USB-C, etc. I even have more. But the idea is when I get to a problem, I have the tools. And I'm comfortable with it. Stop cracking software. I know you want to use Adobe InDesign, use Inkscape. It's free and open source. Are we together? You don't have to crack. You should say, I'm cracking, okay, today, but when I'm 5 years, I should stop. I should pay for it. Okay? Become an expert in project domains. I've worked in agriculture, finance. I'm now in health. I'm actually staying in health. I made a decision like 3 months ago. I'm staying in health. Now I'm throwing everything because I was looking at renewable energy. It was calling me solar. Then I said, Stephen, do you have 4 years to become a subject matter expert? For me, that is the level. I sit with the doctors in the room. We discuss HIV drugs. I only get lost like 30% of the time when they go deep. But generally, we can have a decent conversation. So for each of your projects, whatever it is, if it a solar thing, you must understand solar thermodynamics, how do you call it? The sun is changing to AC, DC, inverted, those numbers, those computation, fast Fourier transforms. You must know your project domain. Because when you're an expert in that domain, nobody can compete with you. And guess what? Pays better. Developers are cheap. Problem solvers are not. Are we together? Sorry, I keep going back. Strive for mastery of your craft. I'm a big fan of Richard Green. Is it Richard Green? Who is mastery 10,000 hours for a skill? Right? Is it Robert Greene? Malcolm Gladwell. Sorry, I'm thinking so much of 48 Laws of Power. For 10,000 hours to gain mastery in a skill, which means each skill requires 4 years. And you can't have one. However, for skills, 1 + 1 is equal to 1 + 1 is equal to? No! It's called compounding. Are we together? If you're a techie and a msao,
That's 3. Are we together? If you add another skill, it's not 4. It compounds. Are we together? We need to compound ours. If you know mobile and web and backend and design, are we together? You have, but for each of them, you shouldn't do them laissez-faire. You have to become a what? Master. You have to become the best. Even if you don't get to the top of the list, at least let people know that when you give that guy or that lady, she will. Are we together? So I say I'm running out of time. Stay formless, learn, evolve, adapt. Are we together? I'm 25 years into coding. You guys can code faster than me. However, I am the guy whom you come to and we discuss architecture. We discuss design. Are we together? Because I'm staying formless. Are we together? But if you have an issue with your code, guess what? I can come in the trenches with you and we figure it out. Are we together? Stay formless so that essentially you don't have form and you can evolve. Tech tools, automate, simplify, dev, prod, staging. For me, I have, if I don't click and deploy, I should forget about it. I should just see the results deployed. That's nirvana. Fanatical and meticulous version control. How many of you have projects on your laptop that are not checked into Git version control? My laptop is a tool. If I lost it today, are we together? It's already encrypted, so you can't get access to it. If I lost it today, all I need is an internet connection. I lose no data. I lose no code. Everything is in the cloud. Nothing stays on my computer overnight. All code is checked in at the end of each day. Meticulous, fanatical. Are we together? We are saying testing, TDD, GitHub Actions, security, bake it in from the start. With now everybody going online, security cannot be an afterthought. Become a security expert and people will be looking for you. Get certified, solve problems, people will come looking for you. And document, document, document. If it's not documented, it doesn't exist. Use pre-built frameworks. Right? Everybody says, everybody I hear who says, I'm going to write my own ORM, this one is inefficient. I laugh twice. I say, let's see you in 6 months. They'll have written code, thrown it away. I see they're coming for me. Career, work for your employer or your project. Give them 100 and, sorry, I forgot, that is not correct. Give your employer and project 110%, not 100. Are we together? After that, take 50% of that effort and time. Are we together? And invest it in yourself. So if you work 40 hours a week, 44, because you have to do the 10 part, Gradwell, remember, 10,000 hours, you need mastery. You must be spending 22 hours growing yourself. Those are 66. What does that mean? You're not going to party. Means you're going to work long nights. Means be fresh, deliver, but you have to invest in yourself. Because of the power of what? Compounding. How many of you have read James Clear, Atomic Habits? Okay. If you do not read that book, go to Amazon. Buy the book. Don't get the PDF. Remember, you're investing in your what? Get the Kindle app. Go and buy the ebook. Now, the reason somebody says, but Stephen, you want us to spend money we don't have. Yes, I call it the poverty mindset. If you have the poverty mindset, you only think of what you're going to eat today. Maslow's hierarchy of needs. You will not grow, even if you have $1 billion, you will not grow because you're thinking of, can't I get it cheaper? Can't we go to Philippines and get a cracked CD? You know, that kind of thing. No, invest in yourself, because then you will read the book and say, I spent my 40K on this book. That's a Java's breakfast. I am going to read and make the best of it. Trust me, it works. And it will compound. Right? Share your knowledge and experiences. Blog. Somebody mentioned, if you don't blog, you are dead. Well, and somebody says, so what do I blog about? You are solving problems. You are tackling challenges. Any problem you have solved today is a blog post. And say, okay, I had this error. I checked on Stack Overflow. I found this, but then I found a bug. It works on Windows, doesn't work on Mac, etc. My favorite blog posts are things like that. And that's how you pay back the people who have invested time for you. Learn who you are. I found out whom I was about 6 years ago. What my characteristics are. It's some of the things I thought I was. But now I play to my strength. Don't play to your weakness. Everybody says, oh, go strengthen your weakness. No. Are we together? Don't play to, okay, work on your weaknesses. But focus on your strength so that you can gain mastery. Remember, the key thing, the key message you take away. How am I the best at this thing I'm doing? How do I gain mastery? Such that a person in Kenya, he wants to hire me, and I say, can you relocate me? And they say, yes. That is mastery. They don't relocate you because they like you. No. They relocate you because they see value and you have mastery. Are we together? Read. These are just some of my favorite books here. Blue Ocean Strategy, Innovator's Dilemma, Art of War, 48 Laws of Power. Keep your LinkedIn and GitHub up to date. How many of you have an up-to-date LinkedIn? How many of you have an up-to-date GitHub profile? How many of you have used the custom GitHub profile, README, to sell themselves on GitHub? Then you say you have no jobs. Yes, opportunity is there. It is free. It's in front of you. It's free. Are you together? Build a brand of excellence. You've heard the saying, tell him, omugaga wakutume moto koleta chi? Koleta Benz. Are we together? Daimler, Chrysler engineering is known world over. It's not the best. Because you may find you have your Bugatti, Lamborghini, etc. But bring the man a Mercedes-Benz, you'll be fine. Nobody got fired for buying Mercedes or buying IBM. They have a culture of excellence. Where is your culture of excellence? How are you better than the guys in Kenya and so on? Family, anti-techies, career, etc. and so on. Family is the best thing that will happen to any one of you. And family does not mean your children or your direct, how do you call it? Family is your team of people whom you grow, nurture, serve, and be with. Are we together? For me, I use family as an all-encompassing word. I'm an African man who comes from a very large family. If I told you how many siblings I have, 24. And we are big. And those are the ones I know of. Are we together? But guess what? Those are my family. Are we together? And my extended family now, I'm even starting, my family whom I call my children, have now started having children. Because they're the ones I was with, whom I raised 25 years ago. Now they are having children. Now I'm waiting for those grandchildren. Family is important. Why? Hard work. Yeah? But it is fun and fulfilling. Are we together? If you don't have your own children, go to your siblings' children, your aunties, your cousins, your nephews, and grow with them because it pays off. When you are around youthful energy, that's why I'm here. I'm going to leave here when I've cut like 3 years of age because I'm pulling energy from all of you. Are we together? Companionship versus love. You know, they say love is blind. Look for people you can work with and live with. Network with your family and friends despite challenges. Like you all know, we have challenges, so I'm not talking now, and etc. Learn the people you work with around and stay away from those who are toxic. Are we together? Talk with your partner at least 1 hour a day. Those of you, I think most of you are in the dating age. I don't see anybody who is below. Talk with your partner at least 1 hour a day. Don't forget, your boss gets 8, yourself you get 4, your partner gets 1. No sleep, no rest for the wicked. Do work together. Find hobbies outside your laptop. Find hobbies outside your computer. You may find you actually, if you look at, I follow very many geeks on Twitter and so on. Guys are into woodworking. Some guys making more money from woodworking than from his consulting. But says I love to code. So I wake up at 4, I code till 8, then I woodwork till 4, then I code at night. Opportunity, remember. Right? And there's no work-life balance. Let them not lie to you. It's a pendulum that shifts. Solomon told me, come on Saturday. I told him, I've not left my house on a Saturday for a whole year. But said they are techies. I said, okay. Are we together? And it swings back. Next time I will refuse. I'll say, family, they need me. It's a pendulum. Accept that there's no balance. I'm about to finish. Sorry, I took so much time. Finances, there's no shortcut. You have to work hard so that you can work smart. No, let them not lie to you that you work smart, work smart. Based on what? Work hard. If you're putting in 60, 80 hours a day, I used to do 90 when I was about 2010. I used to do 90 hours a week. Again, this is from experience. I outwork everybody in my office. If they put in 40, I put in 45. On every project I'm on, I'm the first in and at the last out, even if we're geographically distributed. Outwork, hard work pays off because it compounds. No best practice, but pay yourself first, rich dad. At times it may be difficult to save, so take credit and pay it off carefully, keywords. Play the long game, compounding again. Small bets, small bets, small bets pay off. If there's a project you can be part of that has a long whatever, join it. And investing in your craft pays off. I'm only here because some people saw my code, they liked me, so they called me to a DevFest. Now I'm back. Invest in your what? Craft. It's what you do. Just like the Spartans in 300. They tell you also like movies. I'm waiting for the Matrix coming. Read, read, read. Richest man in Babylon and the monk who sold his Ferrari. Any of you read that? Yep. Company of One, Paul Jarvis. You should read because that's the future where we're going. Atomic Habits, James Clear. Trust me, Atomic Habits will change your life. But remember, buy the damn thing. Don't use the free PDF because you'll abandon the free PDF. But each time you remember that Java's meal you missed, you will read the book and read it twice even and say, no, I have to milk it for all the knowledge that is in it. And cash flow quadrant. Again, how do you manage cash flow? Daily, weekly, monthly, quarterly, annually, biannually, you know? How do you do your money? Money is important, by the way. Multiple income streams are no longer a luxury, they are a necessity. Multiple income streams doesn't mean you have to go and moonlight somewhere. You can invest in a business, those who act on cheaper cash, etc. They are there. Work for equity. We call it sweat equity when you can, so that you're part of something big, right? And be the one everybody wants to work with. Health. One, get what? Whether I believe in vaccines or not, you are already vaccinated against the 6 killer diseases, polio, diphtheria, whatever, they were live viruses. How many of you have got yellow fever vaccination? It is a live virus. So what I complain about the COVID vaccine? Before it was 5 years, now it's 10, now it's a single lifetime dose. So for us, we're getting 3 because the science is getting better. But it's going to become a passport. Oops. What happened? Okay. Social distance, avoid infection hotspots. You saw me, I came with my mouse. Eat healthy. There are cashew nuts, almonds. Eat your vegetables. Hey, chips and chicken is not good. Exercise. Do what works best for you. Swim, hike, climb, box. Go and play sport. Then sleep. That is the ultimate productivity hack that nature gave us. Are we together? When you sleep, sleep is the power of the gods bestowed upon us. It refreshes us. When you sleep for 8 hours, now you're going to ask me, where am I going to get the other hours of the day? Hey, it's called sacrifice and discipline. Sleep is the ultimate productivity hack. Disconnect regularly. I'm here at DevFest, everybody saying is at a tech conference. Me, I'm disconnecting, I'm talking to young people, and I'm going to learn about cloud, web, what stuff I don't use, but I'm disconnecting. But find ways to leave your computer. Go farm, go dig, have chicken, have goats, etc. Pet a dog or something, but disconnect. And in closing, parting words. I like these ones. On time is late. That's my first mantra. On time is, you have to be 10 minutes early. For each and everything, you have to be 5 minutes early. You see, the secret to being early is the universe will. How many of you have been late for a meeting? traffic lights, somebody knocks somebody, etc., then they hold you at security, they don't know you. But you come early. If you're 10 minutes, if you're 20 minutes early, the lights are green everywhere. You even find someone and they take you in. But guess what? When you get early, you're calm, I like going for meetings where the people I'm meeting are late. I have power. Guess what they start? Hey, sorry. I already have power. In a negotiation, I'm already ahead because already I'm there. So it's good for you both psychologically and physically. Always show up even on your bad days. We don't deal with motivation. There's these things of motivation that the guys are telling you, no, wake up every morning, grind. You don't work when you're happy, sad, what? No, life is not like that. Grit, outwork and outlast the competition. Who is the competition? Your colleague. We call it co-opetition. Make your colleague better and strive to be better than them. Can you imagine that's like how troubling that is? Like, I'm helping you get better, but I compete with all my workmates. We are a team of 12. We're a team of 12 in a team of 40. I compete with everyone. When they take me for a meeting, I say, now that knowledge, I have to pack it somewhere. I have to be as good as that person, which means you have a T-shaped, I'm the white span, but you have to do some deep. Okay. When in doubt, over-communicate. Bad news must travel fast. It's okay. It's not okay to be late on a project, but if your client is continuously updated and they're understanding what you're doing, the challenges you're facing, guess what? It will be okay because they can make changes and pivot accordingly. I've had projects that are 3 months late, but the client is very happy with the delivery. They even covered the additional costs. Because they were part of the process and understood that all the assumptions we made were not working out. Are we together? Because remember, it's an estimate. And many times we multiply it by 2. Invest in yourself. Like I said, buy books, buy software. You may say, I can't afford IntelliJ, so use VS Code. But buy the best plugin that exists. Are we together? Buy that theme. Don't try to crack it. Buy the theme. And buy a new theme for each project. Don't use the same theme like that. Well, now I'm trying to save money. No. Oops, sorry. Pay it forward. Volunteer, help others, grow others around you. They say a rising tide, a high tide, rises all ships. You want to be that tide that rises all ships. So that when you're part of the process, everybody say, that person is whom I want to be with and whom I want to work around. Work hard so that you know when you can work smart. I used to work 90 hours a week, so I know what work hard means. I still put in a good 70 to 80 hours a week. And I disconnect on weekends. Hey, so where do I find the time? I find it. 12, 14 hours a day, you have to grind, you have to be better. You're asking me who I'm competing with. I haven't yet hit my peak. Tim Cook gets paid $500 million a year. That's 1.5 million a day. Have you thought about it? I'm not even close to that. I'm not going to be unethical, but I'm going to work hard and get there. Now you start working smart. You work hard, then you work smart. You work hard, then you work smart. But you work hard so that you understand the environment you're in, so that you can work smart. And, oops, what happened? Okay. And, okay. Be the change you want to see in the world. Be the agent of the change. If you're saying internet is too slow in Uganda, okay, we can't do much about that one. But they're saying, we can't deploy to Google Cloud, there are not enough resources. There are GDGs you can advocate, there's GSOC, there's what. There are so many free programs. We don't have software, but I hope you guys know that GitHub has an education enterprise edition where you get like all these tools with your university accounts. Do you use them? No, you want to crack for you because it's easy. Find those resources where you get the free tools legally. It will pay off in the long run. So where am I? I'm a self-taught software developer. I'm a civil engineer by training. By the time I graduated, I knew I didn't want to do roads because I had worked in them for 4 years as I studied. So I studied and I did many jobs. I had a part-time job. I had class. I had another part-time job I don't talk about. I also used to do these How many of you remember the Besson and Hedges thing for BAT? I was one of those guys. I was actually with Straka when she was still small. We're dancing on those things. Why? I needed money. Are we together? And it opened my eyes because I got an understanding of many sectors. I'm working hard at a normal, regular family life. That is very difficult. Now we're working from home. My office is their office. I sit next to a PS4. You can imagine. But I haven't played this year. But when I hear, my favorite games are Mortal Kombat, Devil May Cry. I hear guys slashing, cha, cha, cha. And I say, client. The good thing is at least I showed mastery. I'm the first one who finished Devil May Cry. The moment I finished the last boss, I walked away like a what? A boss, so the children at home know who's king. Okay? And that's enough for me. I'm now done, by the way. And so I've worked with clients across the world, sometimes simultaneously. We'd start at 4 a.m. and close at midnight because we had somebody in California and somebody in Australia. It's okay. Just do what you have to do when you have to do it. We've had failed projects. I've had great projects. I've had everything in between. Yeah, I'm now a dev. If somebody asks me what do you do, I tell them I write code. Because that's what is fun, and that's what I enjoy. And in closing, number one, don't be too busy. Enjoy your projects. Have fun. Projects is fun. Coding is fun. Even if it's chasing down like Alice going into Wonderland, down the rabbit hole. And keep learning, read, stand on the shoulders of clients, share your stories. Discipline, discipline, discipline. And most of all, keep improving every day. I credit Solomon King. I don't know how many of you know him. He calls it Kaizen. It's Japanese. He's the one who keeps talking about Kaizen. He has it in his house. He has it everywhere. He says, keep improving every day. He's not happy with the person he is today. Now imagine with the person who says, I have to get better tomorrow. But tell him you're already awesome today. He says, yeah, that was yesterday. Tomorrow I have to be better. Right? So I credit him with that continuous pushing. So other than that, thank you very much. Sorry I've talked for so long and rambled. I hope I didn't put you to sleep. Fortunately, the breakfast is here. I mean, it's me standing between you and your breakfast. But I hope you had a good time. Thank you for inviting me. And go out and be awesome and change the world. Thank you.
I have good news. But before we get to that, let's give our speaker another round of applause. Okay, so I hope we've been live tweeting this event, yeah? It's a good thing for us and you too. So on Twitter, the hashtag is hashtag DevFest UG 2021, hashtag DevFest Kampala 21, hashtag DevFest 2021. And you can also tag at the Village UG and at GDG Cloud Kampala. So good news, it's time for breakfast. Yeah. But we are going to have a working breakfast. So as you go to have your tea, please come back real fast so that we can get on to the next program, yeah? So Mr. DJ, please take it away as people get their tummies filled, yeah? Thank you. So right after breakfast, we're going to have remote software delivery amidst COVID, and it's going to be facilitated by Esther Ninsima. So on to that next.
I still kiss, baby.
Godora to me like, 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 Godora to me like. Sit to Kesha Po, what's a winner? Bacatulato, I sit to Kesha Po, what's a winner? Bacatulato, I sit to Kesha Po, what's a winner? Bacatulato, I sit to Kesha Po, what's a winner? Bacatulato,
Oh lo lo, ah la la. Oh lo lo, ah la la. Hey wena, wozala. Hey wena, wozala. Asa trap tak, asa trap tak, asa trap tak pina foka, we wanna party. Foka, we wanna party.
Hey Simba, we wanna party. Everybody now. Simba, we wanna party. I sit to Kesha Po, what's a winner? Bacatulato, I sit to Kesha Po, what's a winner? Bacatulato, I sit to Kesha Po, what's a winner? Bacatulato, I sit to Kesha Po, what's a winner? Bacatulato, Jazz. Godora to me like, 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 love you. You'll never know how much I care. When you put your arms around me, I get a fever that's hard to bear. You give me fever. Romeo loved Juliet, and Juliet, she felt the same. When he put his arms around her, he said, Julie, baby, you're my flame, thou givest fever. In the morning, fever when you hold me tight. Fever when you kiss me, fever all through the night. Captain Smith and Pocahontas, they had a very mad affair. When her daddy tried to kill him, she said, Daddy, oh, don't you dare. He gives me fever when he kisses, fever when he holds me tight. Fever, I'm his missus. Daddy, won't you treat him right? Everybody's got the fever. This is something we all learn. Fever isn't such a new thing. What a lovely way to burn. What a lovely way to burn. What a lovely way to burn. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Okay, Mr. DJ. Okay, good morning once again. I am still Tabitha. My name hasn't changed since the last time I spoke. Anyway, as we're having our working breakfast, I want to talk about something small, and again, it's also going to be projected on the screen right after. So, my name is Brenda Tabitha Namone. I prefer to be called Tabitha. I am a final year student at Makerere University Business School, And I'm also the former GDSC lead for Makerere University Business School. I was actually the first lead at MOOBS. So I am going to talk about GDSCs. What GDSCs are is simply Google Developer Student Clubs. We have quite a number of us in attendance today. I'm sure you've met a couple of my fellow leads in the building today, but you're unaware that they are the ones. Perhaps we shall all gather up here and you'll have a good look at all of us. And even some GDSC alumni are in the building. So what GDSCs do is we offer a community for students interested in Google technologies or students who are interested in learning how to code and creating solutions using Google technologies for their communities. So we have regular meetups depending on the chapter you're at. For example, the Makerere chapter has a hackathon, has different code labs going on. The same thing is going for the MAS chapter and I believe even the UCU chapter. It's the same thing with my chapter. We're running Android study jams at the moment, every Friday. So what we do is we offer resources to students and people who are interested in learning how to code. So if you want to learn anything about Flutter, about Android, about, Dialogflow, about Firebase, about Chrome technologies, we give you all that you need. So in addition to that, we have a solution challenge, an annual developer solution challenge that happens once a year. So it involves all GDSCs around the world getting together virtually these days, and then we compete to create solutions for our communities or for ourselves. So the running theme has been the UN Sustainable Development Goals, and it's going to be the same theme for next year. It was the same theme for this year. So it's announced around January, and at about that time, students in their various chapters come together, they ideate, and in teams of 4, they create solutions, which are then submitted to engineers at Google and the teams at Google, which then vet these solutions based on their practicability and and their functionality as well, and also how they are solving their problems in the society. Is this the best way you can solve this problem using this technology that you have chosen? So in 2018 or 19, Muni University happened to emerge as the overall winner, especially for Africa, but they did the best that they could and they happened to emerge as the winners. So they were offered an opportunity to go to the Google offices in San Francisco. It's a thing that can be extended to you. It depends on the solution or the gifts or prizes that they're offering in a particular year. So that year, that's what was offered. And the next year, they were offered Chromebooks along with other swag. So if you would like to participate in this activity, we are quite a number of GDSC leads in the building right now. If you come from a university and you'd like to get to know these people, we are all here for you. So I am part of them. If you have a chapter you'd like to reach to, I am right here. You'll find me around all day, and I will show you who you need to go to lead you to whatever you need to be. So who I am today in the developer community is also attributed to what GDSCs have done, because aside from my technology knowledge, but learning how to build communities and how to get up and continue even in the face of failure or in the face of uncertainty has been attributed to GDSCs. We happen to be part of the chapters that were created at the peak of the pandemic. So we happened to work within the constraints at the time. What we did at the time was hold virtual meetings, virtual challenges, and everything that we could do online. And we managed to grow our community. And right now at my university, we have a pretty good footing with the administration and in the students' body. And it's the same thing with Makerere as well and UCU and other chapters. So they have a little video that they're going to show us. Yeah, there's a little video that they're going to showcase for us to see or learn more about GDSCs. I'm informed that that has been cut out of the program, but oh well, okay. So we go on to the next program. We're going to have remote software delivery amidst COVID by Esther Ninsima. So ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together and welcome Esther Ninsima to the stage today. A stronger round of applause, please.
Good morning, everybody. How are you? I'm so happy to see you all. My name is Esther. I am talent growth manager and product owner, Tunga. I'm so happy to be here. I'm very, very nervous. I do not know how I'm supposed to present after somebody like Stephen Musoke has presented to people like you, because he is what you want to be as a software developer. My name is Esther again. Sorry, I'm really panicking, but let's get ahead of it. How should I start? I received the program for the day, and they said the target group was computer science students, engineers, and software developers, and the like. Just like Stephen, my background is in construction. I did a bachelor's in quantity surveying, but here I am, and that is the beauty of technology. Talking to people who are doing tech every day, and it is amazing. Yes. Yeah, these are my slides. So today, whatever Stephen was able to talk about today was actually what I had prepared to talk about. I hoped he would be more technical and all that, but unfortunately he decided that, well, great minds think alike, as you said, yes. Whatever it is that is technical that I thought I would talk about, really, I feel like I would be cheating you, because that is information you can find anywhere on the internet. So I'll be practical. I have been working with Tunga for the past year and a half, working with mostly software developers from all over Africa. We're able to find remote roles for African software developers from all over Africa. You sit at your home, and I find you a job where you're working with a technical team in Europe. So you're able to experience and work with teams that are challenging you, working on different technical solutions from all over the world, and that is the benefit there is with remote work. So, oh, sorry, I'm supposed to use this. Oops. Can you even see that? Oh my God, it's so small. Should have done better. So, our remote working statistics, like he said, technology is the next big thing, right? It is the big thing. When you look at the current statistics, you find that Bafa was talking about that some of the challenges that we are experiencing working remotely is being unable to unplug. I joined Tunga right at the beginning of the pandemic, and I decided to go into tech because I was stuck. I had been working in construction for 6 months, and I realized that this is not something I'm not going to do for the rest of my life. Why? the brick and the brick was always going to be the same size. The mortar mix was not going to change. Concrete, the strength that I needed for a specific building or a specific structure, there was only little that could change. And I realized that an industry like that, they was so far behind for me, and it bored me in very many ways. And also I was broke and unemployed, so I really needed a job. Yeah, and technology did that for me. I did not meet my team until 6 months later, until they were able to open up. So I joined this team, having some of our teammates working in Nigeria, Uganda, the Netherlands, and some other people around the world, and we made it work. What challenge did I experience through that? Oh no, I do not code, unfortunately, but I am able to identify a good software developer because I am such a reader. I read a lot, so by the time I get to talk to you as a developer, if it is Python, then we shall talk Python, because that is the technology I need in that moment. If after you I need to talk to a PHP developer, then I will know what I need to know. If it's JavaScript, then what frameworks are you working with? Do you actually understand the core before you get to the framework? Is it front end? Is it back end? Everything. I'm the person for you. But yes, and that's the beauty of technology. It allows some of us who struggle with imposter syndrome in one way or another to masquerade until I would come off as somebody who knows what I'm talking about. So unfortunately, we struggle because you will just keep working, right? And that's what he said, you need to unplug from my slides, but yes. But the beauty it has given us, because before the pandemic, I worked with Deloitte as an IT and risk advisory intern, and you were required in office. I would work. If you have friends who work in audit firms, you know they just work. Like, you just work, right? And when I entered as a community where, yes, you do work a lot sometimes, but you're given the flexibility to do it at the comfort of your home. I don't need to wake up. I actually struggled to find what to wear today because all I have are pajamas. Because I wake up, sit on my computer, and I'm able to get work done in one way or another. And we struggle. So those are the things that I hoped I would talk about before he got that in there. But I don't think to give you the value that I want. So what we all do agree on is that not only does technology drive our economy, but it invents our future. I recently got an opportunity to travel to Nigeria and attended DevFest Lagos, and let me tell you guys, we need to start working hard. Like, I do not know what you're doing at school, but you need to start innovating, because it was crazy. Everybody is innovating around the fintech sector, education, health. There is so much more that you can do that currently our education system is actually not even being able to cover half of what we would ideally need to do. So when he said that when I'm looking for a software developer, or when you're interacting with clients, they'll say, oh, I need somebody who has mastered the technology, let's say with 3 years experience. You are at school, right? You're doing 4 years of software engineering. I did 4 years of QS. I came out, and I still didn't know what to do in the field. I had to go back to actually learn the practicalities of it. You have an opportunity, and you have the tools. You have an opportunity to cover so much with so much information. Oh, I forgot to mention, Tunga has an academy that you can access at any time with free resources. If you even want to create, or you're having a challenge and you're able to figure it out, we can give you an opportunity to write about that and maybe give somebody else a solution in one way or another. So, guys, this is my first presentation in front of so many people, and I am panicking. Everything that I've been rehearsing is not working. But let us proceed. I do not know if I'll give you the value that I hoped I would, But let me tell you something that I am good at. That is finding a job for an African developer. When they were launching the DevScape report with Innovation Village, I think last month, they stated that, I think one of the ladies who was presenting, who is one of the biggest with PyCon, and she's leading amazing work with open source and making changes to Python. She's Ugandan, she's the first female on the board, she was really happy about. She said something that really stuck with me. Our current economy, or our current economy in Uganda, yes, does not necessarily support the value that you, as software developer, is able to bring to the table, yeah? You can sit down and learn whatever it is you're learning in those 4 years, but you'll come out and somebody wants you to develop an entire system with both having a website, also create an Android version, create a mobile version, both Android and iOS, and they're offering you, let's say, $1,000. And thinking about the amount of work that you have to do, and chances are that you're not going to do it alone, that is not enough, right? When I say, let me talk about something that I am good at, that is finding a job for a remote software developer, I do not want you to limit yourself to Uganda. I'm not saying wake up today and leave, because there is so much opportunity. When you look at the current economy, you find that, or current statistics in technology, you find that there is such an influx of software developer jobs. Just 2019, there are over 1.4 million, yet every year, your universities, different universities all over the world are churning out, let's say, 35,000 computer science or computer or software developers, and that is not enough. So when I saw the report, the agenda, and it said it was targeting computer scientists and software developers, I felt cheated, because I'm a quantity surveyor and I'm benefiting from this, and I'm making it work one way or another. So encourage somebody out there to actually get their computer and learn, yeah? I had something else. Sorry. Okay, so what is it that we're missing? I've been working with software developers from all over Africa, and there are so many things that I have noted about developers in Uganda and why we are failing to compete. When somebody in Europe wakes up and says they are looking for a software developer, it is not, yes, let's do JavaScript, since that's what quite a number of people here are using, based on how you guys were reacting to his communication earlier. So, JavaScript, right? You have front-end technologies, you have back-end technologies. What is it that I am looking for? What is it anybody out there is looking for as in a software developer? It's not just about, because what I've realized as young people, you're going to start, get your computer, and then you go straight, okay, React is trending, let me learn how to use React. Because of course it has backing from Facebook, and you want to pick on a technology that is famous, which is really not bad. But do you actually understand the core of the technology? So what am I trying to get into? JavaScript, learn the core. It makes it much easier for you to be able to adapt or pick up the frameworks that come with it, such that if I have mastered the core, then if you wake up tomorrow and tell me there is this opportunity, JavaScript, React, you can be able to pick up. If it's not back-end, the fact that you have a good understanding of the core, then pick it up. But also read and understand the market trend, because we've come to realize that now everybody's asking for Node and TypeScript. So there are people who have been stuck with, oh, I do React and Node, and that is it. But how about TypeScript? Working with Vue with TypeScript. People have such a terrible learning curve with regards to Angular, because you need to know TypeScript to be able to work really well with Angular. What I'm trying to say is that be able to adapt, master the core, and then add technologies. We're looking for an all-round software developer, not just, okay, a T-shaped person. So meaning you have mastered a technology. If it is, I usually ask developers, if I woke you up in the middle of the night today, and I asked you, I will put you at gunpoint and asked you, let's say Esther, what is your core technology? What is it that I can ask you about and you will not gamble and you will not fumble and you will resolve? Okay, of course we learn, but like, yes, what is your technology? So master that, and then have an idea of everything else that's going on in your team, such that tomorrow if your DevOps engineer is sick, you do not have a challenge deploying something, or you can figure it out. You can be able to do QA. I realized also we are not good at unit tests, writing unit tests, test-driven development, behavior-driven development. Those are things that are important and we need to learn. That is why when I'm starting a search for a specific developer, chances are that I'm going to start in Nigeria or in Kenya, because there is a level of aggressiveness that they have. They want it. A Nigerian will tell you, yes, I have not worked with that, but give me 2 days. Give me 2 days and I'll be able to work with that technology. And we don't have that. We are so relaxed as Ugandans, and I do not understand it. It will take somebody weeks to do a test and someone will be like, I do not know what that is. Give me 2 days and I will learn. And I want you guys to pick that up. You are the software engineers of tomorrow. You are going to enter a market that allows you to do so much. Be prepared for it. Yeah, be aggressive. Oh, you can scan. If you want to join Tunga, you are studying for 4 years, right? Oh my God, it can't be seen. Wow, tragic. Anyway, please go to tunga.io/join-tunga. It will give you an opportunity, even if you may not be ready today to join and find a remote job. Use the resources that are available, the Tunga Academy. You can also use the Tunga testing platform. Very many of us are learning, but when did you last test yourself? Do you know how good you are? There is a free testing platform that you can be able to test yourself and get your skill set. Oh, my slides. Sorry. Okay, I figured I probably have like 3 minutes left, and I do not know if whatever I've told you has been of much value, because I figured you had done all the work. But I would disappoint my gender if I left without talking about women in technology. We are at the forefront of it. But unfortunately, when you look at the devscape, you find that it's only 24% of women that are doing, if you look at Uganda, only 24% of us are actually in software development and the like, which is disappointing. Given that products or things are being developed for a specific half of the population, there is so much more that we are missing out on that we could be able to. My good slides. Okay, you realize that one woman in 5 people is working in the industry. I'm at the forefront of it, and I want to change that. I want to change that. I stand here and I'm ashamed that this entire year I've only been able to find 2 women jobs since the year started, compared to, let's say, the 60 that I've been able to place. What are we doing about it? I was really excited when I entered and I was being welcomed by ladies, and I'm like, okay, this is going to be good, and now we are just scattered here and there. I will mentor, I will find the resources that you need. Tunga is willing to support women who want to learn and do better for themselves, yeah? So if you know a lady out there, unfortunately, I've worked in industries that are male-dominated, that is construction and software development, but I'm breaking barriers in one way or another, and yes. We need to be able to consider diversity and inclusiveness for us to be able to get the value that we would envision if you cater for both. I had something that was interesting that I had written. So, it is clear that technology permeates every aspect of our society, defining how we live, building products and work, and so much more. So, like previously said, not only does technology drive our economy, it invents our future. And these products right now are being developed for a specific half. So we are missing out on what more there is. If we think about them during our designs and even with regards to accessibility and how much more it can be done. I've seen so many women picking up with design and it's amazing what we can do. So whatever it is that is being done, you see the works of She Code Africa, Women in Tech, Diva Develops, you find that they are making a difference. We were recently hitting 10,000 people with She Code Africa, and it was amazing because women are changing lives. They're inventing, they're doing different things. I'm proud to say that some of the top people in Tunga are women, including me. I know I'm very small, but yes, we are leading so many software developers, and it's amazing that I get to work with over 750 software developers who are mostly male with I can tell you the names of the women on the entire platform, but it's not something that I'm proud of. So if you're a lady out there and you're looking for an opportunity, please feel free to reach out. I will personally support your journey to go to the next level and make a difference. So let me close out. What can we do about it? There is a shortage of IT professionals all over the world. So while you are in school, please start working, yeah? Start working such that 3 years from now when you're looking for me, hi Esther, I am looking for a job that allows me to sit at home and earn so much money compared to the market value. Then I'm like, oh, you already have your 3 years of experience from the 3 years you've been working at school. Your education is limiting so much more, so use your internet. What can we do about it? So many people are investing in training. Very few are investing in training. Everyone wants a complete developer. You have proper understanding of design thinking. You can CI/CD deployments. You have mastered Azure. When did you last check your certification? Have you been certified? You have a proper understanding of everything. And that is something that we're not doing right now. That's not something they're teaching you in school. Probably doing C++ on a full scope. And I hope we can change that. But Ugandans need to be paid more based on our market value, because what we as Tunga are doing now is that while I may not be able to stop an amazing developer from leaving the country, where there is much more opportunity for you, if we can bring more opportunities for Ugandans such that you can work, sit at the comfort of your home and actually spend in your economy, that is one way of preventing brain drain, but that's only part of the work. And yeah, I had something else. Okay, it's back. Policy to support innovation and keep learning. I had interesting policy to support innovation. We have very little policy with regards to what people can innovate. Also, what I wanted to say is that you don't not only have to be a software developer, yeah? You can also be the person that creates the jobs for people. So you can think along those lines. Such that we can also maybe have unicorns like Flutterwave eventually in Uganda. So finally, I'm going to leave you with 2 quotes. That is stay hungry, staying hungry, and stay foolish. What is that supposed to mean? Do not stop learning. Keep learning. Every time you feel like you have understood, you've known something, there's probably something else that you need to learn. The field that you are in order for you to keep up, you need to keep learning. And that leads you to the fact that the great aim of education is not knowledge, but action. I didn't finish, but action. Being able to use whatever it is you've learned and doing something that is of value. So be the person that is making a difference, be practical, and be solution-oriented. I think that is all, unfortunately. Yeah. Do I get a standing ovation? Thanks, I'm so happy. I'm done, thank you so much.
Guys, Esther is really charming. Let's give her another round of applause. I totally relate with how daunting it can be speaking in front of people. Like even as we're speaking, I look very calm and collected, but you guys don't know what's going on. I wish you knew. I am sweating so much, but well, we proceed, yes. We move. So we are really time bad. I wish the event could be longer. I am trying to advocate for it to be slightly longer, but Solomon will kill me if I do that. So anyway, let's go. We are going to have the launch of the My Village app by Wilson Chigundu. So I'm told these guys have chosen to be fancy and do it remotely. So I'm waiting to see how they're going to do this one. But we're all waiting to see, yeah? So, Solomon, I think this is your cue. It's online. Okay. Okay. So let's hold on for that bit. So it's going to happen online, as I'm told. Yeah. DJ, please. Tuyambe ko.
Romeo loved Juliet, and Juliet, she felt the same. When he put his arms around her, he said, Julie, baby, you're my flame, thou givest fever. In the morning, fever when you hold me tight. Fever when you kiss me, fever all through the night. Captain Smith and Pocahontas, they had a very mad affair. When her daddy tried to kill him, she said, Daddy, oh, don't you dare, he gives me fever. When he kisses, fever when he holds me tight. Fever, I'm his missus. Daddy, won't you treat him right? Everybody's got the fever. This is something we all learn. Fever isn't such a new thing. What a lovely way to burn.
That's fine. The audience, yeah. So we're going to begin. All right. So, do we start? The song. Can you hear me?
Hello.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me on
Yes,
now?
I can hear you. Hello.
So that means the other laptop is the problem. No, who's putting the song? You say to talk and we.
Hello. I can hear you. I can hear you. Hello.
Yes, okay, we can hear you. So let's go live, I think. Pin, huh? Pin, huh? No, we are ready to. We are ready to. Yes. We shall do that one later. Are we ready to go? Yeah, we are ready. Okay, introduce. Yes, so introduce. Regina, you're going to be introduced. You need to hear from my line, then you can start.
Okay.
Yes, I'm talking to her. Okay.
Okay, sorry for the little delay. We are just about ready to have the talk from the people from Innovation Village. They're going to launch the My Village application.
Regina.
So without further ado,
It's not on the script. Okay, Regina, you're ready. You can start.
Hello. I can start.
No, wait. Yeah. Where did we?
Hello.
No, Regina, just a minute. Just a minute, Regina.
So you can go.
Hello?
Yeah. I think we can go ahead. I'm here to introduce to you the My Village applications. We are moving with the times, knowing that so many people are moving from having web application, being always seated on at your station to be able to access things. And the world is moving very fast. Opportunities are coming in as fast as they're going out. So we thought of having an application that brings you those opportunities near you at all the time. Village. My village platform was started to technology innovation ecosystem together. What we had at the back of our minds is in Uganda, there are so many opportunities, but people are not able to harness those opportunities. Why? Because they are not able to see them at the right time, so in order to take advantage of them. The funders are isolated, the innovators are isolated, the entrepreneurs are isolated, and yeah, so we thought of how can we bring this together and how can we make it as local to us as possible. And that's why we came up with My Village. So while we were building My Village, we started with a web application, and then as we evolved, we thought, why can't we bring My Village into people's hands? Because there are so many people that have smartphones. We have 6.3 billion smartphone holders in the world, getting to 2.8 billion in Africa and 7 million in Uganda. That's a very, very big market for us to be visible, for everyone's opportunity to be visible. And so that's where we started building the My Village application, as you can see. So this allows you to have My Village on you at all the time, everywhere you go. Everyone knows here that in Uganda we have rampant power cuts, and I can attest that many of our computers do not hold power for more than an hour. So when that time elapses, that means you're in the dark. You're not accessing, you're not seeing what's happening, you're missing opportunities. And so we thought that, no, we can do better. We can bring My Village onto the phone, because phones never go off. And lately, wherever you move, even when you move just by the roadside, everyone is busy looking on their phone. The average time a person spends on a mobile phone is 6 times in an hour. So someone is always checking, always scrolling. So we took advantage of that and said, let's bring My Village onto people's phones. My Village is supported by Android versions 4.1 and above, and it's also on the iOS versions 10.0 and above. What do we have on My Village? Just as it is in the web, we have the community. Here in the community, we have a community of developers, we have a community of potential funders, we have a community made of policy makers, as in everyone that you need to grow your business, everyone that you need to make your innovative idea come to life is in this community. So within that community, you connect to everyone, you can connect to everyone, and you can talk freely to anyone, knowing that, yes, I'm talking to a person with a common goal. When you are on this application, you are able to see events. For example, this DevFest event, you can easily go there. You are notified every time something is posted, an event is coming up. You are reminded every time the event is near. So there's no chance of missing an event or and there's no chance of missing something that's coming up, like an event. Then we have jobs on this My Village. Opportunities are posted there, and these opportunities are specific because we are operating in a niche, which is technology innovation and entrepreneurship. You are sure to find a job that speaks to what you want to do, that speaks to your purpose, that speaks, and you're sure to find people that are interested in what you are looking for, or have the skill set of that you are looking for. When it comes to startup, we created a place where startups can go to, first of all, to show the world what they're doing, to exhibit what they're doing. So as a startup, you are able to go and tell the world what you're doing. You're able to go and look for potential funders, and you're able to go and look for talent, but specific developers in the specific to the technology world. How it works? So you start by downloading it from the App Store and Play Store. Then you sign up, and after you have signed up, then you can access everything that we offer on My Village. We have a news feed. In the news feed, you are able to follow on your favorite people. You are able to see what everyone is up to, what's on their mind. You are able to share ideas. You are able to hold discussions on this news feed because it's in real time. It's in real time that you're sharing these things. Then, yes, like I spoke to the community, you are able to connect with everyone that's there. You just go in, find whom you're interested in, who makes you want to share ideas with, and then you connect with them. Yes, I spoke to events, know what's happening around you. Events are always there. Every time you check in, you'll find a new event. And if you're not on, be sure to be reminded. And we know your phones have those beepers. So every time you hear that notification beep, you just go there, check, and you're sure to be in time for any event that you'd like to attend. Find your next opportunity as a developer. Always check there because opportunities shall be there. And then for the startups, we create an environment that harnesses the synergies of other people, and so you can grow a business. Thank you very much for listening to me. We can now have some questions. Over to you, Solomon. Solomon?
All right. Oh. Okay. Regina, if you could mute. Okay. All right. Let's increase the volume. Question. Do you have anyone with a question? Hey, today is not my day. So do you have any questions? Any questions for Regina? Yes, please.
Thank you so very much. What framework did you use to build the app, if it's not confidential?
Regina, please talk to us. What framework did you use to build the app, if it's not confidential? Okay.
I didn't hear that, Solomon.
But can you hear me?
Hello, Solomon, I'm trying to hear you to get what you're saying.
Okay, let me come close. What framework you use the app if it's not confidential? That's the question.
Thank you, Solomon. We used JavaScript.
Okay? Now I'm fearing microphones. I mean speakers. Does that answer you? It cannot be only JavaScript, right? I want to assume that the other one is confidential. If that does not come out, should that be the assumption? Okay, so you can come to me later on. Okay, I want to pass this microphone, but I don't want to have yeah, okay. All right. For the framework and all that, you can contact me later. I do not want to say it here because I'm not part of the team that built the app. But if they give me permission, we can have a discussion. Can we have another question? There's one. Let's start from here.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sebale Paul. I have a question for Regina, if that's her name. How different is the My Village app from the existing applications that do the same thing or do something similar, like connecting different developers to, let's say, opportunities to contribute to their projects that they're implementing? Thank you.
Regina, did you hear that?
No, I didn't. The voice is a bit far.
Oh, I know if you can hear me, but the question is, how different is My Village from the other platforms that are connecting people, you know, developers, entrepreneurs, and the rest? I don't know if you have heard now.
You said how different is? Yes, Solomon, please come again.
Please go, just ask the question from there. Just ask the question from, oh, my laptop can actually come here. Thank you. Let me ask when it's closer. So how different is the My Village app? All right, I don't want this echo. So what do I do? Okay. I'm with a very sharp community of developers. But the question is, how different is My Village from the other platforms that are connecting developers, entrepreneurs, and the rest?
So if I get your question right, how different is it from the other platforms that are connecting developers? Is that what you have asked?
Yes.
So the difference is here is to get onto our platform, you'll be able to get opportunities that are near you, that are local to you, that speak to your environment. The difference is the other platforms that are connecting, you are not able to okay, they have abroad opportunities that are everywhere, but now we come to Uganda, and then we are looking for opportunities within our startups, so you'll be able to solve problems that are speaking to your own, that you understand well, because the problems are at home. For example, it will be the other platforms will connect you to problems in the US, in problems in South Africa, but to be able to make a solution that's going to be applicable and very good for a client, you need to have face with that client. You need to have faced that problem. You need to be in the problem. So our platform, because it's within Uganda and within East Africa, you are able to relate to the problems you are creating solutions for. And then the other thing is, we are connecting you to the larger ecosystem, but the ecosystem is also within your reach, within Uganda. So they'll understand your problems. So our platform is there to connect people with like minds, with like problems, who will be able to understand each other and find solutions because they understand what problem they are both solving. Over to you, Solomon.
Thank you so much, Regina, for the presentation on the My Village application. So we're going to move on to the next slot in our program. The next speaker is a great friend of mine. We've met at the university on a few occasions. I knew her well. She was still at campus, and she's now a high-flying member of society. So the other thing is that she's probably one of the few Ugandan women I know who has actually made it to the outreachy internship program. Yeah, she's fancy like that. So ladies and gentlemen, I take this opportunity to welcome Anyu Deborah Oduman, and she's going to give us a talk on meeting the world through open source. She also happens to be the lead for Open Source Africa, Kampala.
Hi. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Anyu Deborah Oduman. I live here in Kampala. I'm 24 years old. I've been in this tech space for quite a while, since my first year in university at Makerere. And throughout my time doing development and exploring avenues in technology, I found myself in the space of open source technology, and I'm happy to say that I'm now the co-lead for the Open Source Community of Africa, the Kampala chapter. So the Open Source Community of Africa, Kampala, the Open Source Community of Africa, OSCA for short, has very many chapters all over the world, even all over, actually it's African, so it's all over Africa. There's a chapter in Abuja, there's a chapter in Zimbabwe, Lagos, Malawi. There's so many chapters. So the Kampala chapter just recently launched just early this year, which kind of speaks to the level of awareness about open source in the country. So this is our agenda as Open Source Community of Africa. Kampala to try to raise awareness about open source, to bring you opportunities in open source, and to try to open your eyes to all the different possibilities that there are in the world of open source. Yeah, so the team is still retrieving my slides. But then I think I can just take you through the agenda of what I'll be speaking about today. So in my keynote, I'm going to be talking about what open source is really. What does it mean? When someone talks about open source software, what is that really? I'm also going to be talking about my history in open source. I'm the co-lead. That means there is a lead. His name is Kakoza Jerry. He also has a lot of experience in the world of open source technology, which I'll be talking about both our stories. I'll be talking about how you can contribute, how you can get started if you haven't contributed to open source before. I'll be taking you through how you can get started contributing because there's a lot of opportunities I'll show you in my presentation. And then I'll also take you through what you can benefit, what you will benefit as an open source contributor. There is a lot of benefits. There's money, there's connections, there's swag, there's so many things. Then I'll also be talking about Uganda's next slide. Uganda's next billion creators. I'll tell you what that means shortly. And then I'll just show you how you can join us. Okay. So just briefly about me. Like I had said earlier, I'm the co-lead for the Open Source Community of Africa, the Kampala chapter. I am a computer engineer. I studied computer engineering at Makerere for 4 years, graduated this year. I'm self-taught. I'm a self-taught web developer. My stack is MongoDB, Express, React, and Node.js. I'm a technical writer. I didn't learn this in school. It was a hobby of mine since high school, but who knew it would pay off? Yeah. So now I'm a technical writer I'm currently Google Season of Docs. So that's where I apply my technical writing skills. I am also an open source contributor. I've contributed to communities such as Tor, Opia, and Curious Learning. Yeah. I also participated in a couple of initiatives like the Andela Women's Initiative. I also participated in Build for SDGs 2020 and 2021. So I've been in these tech spaces quite a lot, trying to find myself and navigate and see where I fit in best. Yeah? So just briefly about our story. So I think I've already highlighted my story. Just to tell you briefly about Outreachy. I started Outreachy last year. I was part of that December to March cohort, whereby I applied to an organization called Mix. Mix is a DJing software. If you guys have had a chance to work with virtual DJ, Mix is very similar to that. So I was contributing to this organization as a technical writer. So you realize that in the world of open source, you don't have to be a programmer or a web developer. You can contribute in so many ways, as I'll tell you as I go on with my presentation. So Google Season of Docs, I just got into Google Season of Docs this year, contributing to an organization called Curious Learning. So the aim of Google Season of Docs is to bring together technical writers and give them an opportunity to contribute to the documentation of various software organizations. So if you're a person who loves to write and you have published maybe, let's say, blogs or novels or books and you're enthusiastic about technology, I think you might want to explore technical writing because it really pays off. My lead, Kakoza Jerry, that's him. He has also contributed to Open Summer of Code, Communica, Copy AI, and Prisma. I don't know the details of what he worked on, but they are really big projects, and yeah, he was able to make a significant contribution in those areas. So let's get into the gist of the presentation. What is open source really about? When someone talks about open source, what are they talking about, yeah? So just briefly, open source is software that is freely licensed to use, copy, and change in any way that you want. And the open source code is openly shared so that people feel encouraged to contribute to the functionality and the, let's say, and the design in any way that they want. So this is very different from proprietary software. Proprietary software, on the other hand, is under restrictive copyright licensing, and the source code is not freely accessible to users. So when someone talks about So when someone says free and open source software, they're not talking about the monetary value of open source software, like you do not have to pay for it. That is not exactly true, though of course it's very common to find that most open source software is actually free to use. But you can have open source software that has paid features. So when they say free and open source software, they're really talking about freedom, as in the freedom to, let's say freedom of speech. So the licenses that come with open source software allow you to modify the software, to change it in any way that you want, and it provides all those liberties for you, as compared to proprietary software. Proprietary software has a very restrictive licensing, so you can't just modify the code. Otherwise, you'll be sued, and you'll be sued for a lot of money. So some of the examples of open source, there's Linux, there's PHP, there's Java, there's Chrome, Python, VLC. So in my time in open source, I've realized many people work with open source software, but they don't actually know that it's open source. So they might not know all the opportunities that that are there, or how they can contribute. Then examples of proprietary, there is Skype, iTunes, there's Mac OS, Windows OS, Xbox, and Google Earth itself. So let's talk about why some communities might choose to go open source. Let's say you've developed a program, a software program, and you put it up there on GitHub, and you make it freely accessible for anybody to come and change and modify however they want. Why do some communities choose to do this? For example, actually, if you go on LinkedIn, you'll find that some communities that were once proprietary have just recently decided to go open source because of all of these benefits. So one of the benefits of open source software, why some companies may choose to go open source, number one is because of the cost. So you realize with proprietary software, since you don't allow anybody to just come and change the code however they want, if you want to continue development and keep on improving the software, you're going to have to pay developers to come and develop and make improvements, So you need all this technical expertise that you have to, let's say you have to put out a job posting, people apply, and you have to pay them real money. So that's proprietary software, as opposed to open source software, whereby you put the software out there for anybody to use and change, and you find that somebody really loves the software, and they'll be like, you know what, I think I can make some improvements to this software. So everybody who loves your software will be like, you find people committing code, making changes free of charge. So you find that your software keeps on improving at no cost at all. So some companies may choose to go open source because of the cost. Another reason is because of collaboration and sharing. Open source has a tendency to promote collaboration in very many aspects. You will find that open source has a tendency to bring together technical expertise from all areas. There is UI, UX, there is development, there is marketing, there is testing. So it encourages collaboration amongst people with different levels of skill and from all walks of areas in the world. So another reason is because of some companies might choose to promote upskilling of programmers. So as a student, let's say you're doing software engineering or computer engineering, you want to be like a bad guy, you want to be like a bad developer, you want your code to be top notch, and you might feel like, I'm ready to start developing on a real world application. Let's say I want to start contributing to Tor or Firefox. So instead of waiting to get a job and then learn on job, all those things, you can just go on GitHub and check out some of the free and open source software there and examine their code and see what you can learn from there. You can learn best programming practices, how people choose to format their code, and in the process, you actually get to be a better programmer. So open source software has a tendency to promote upskilling of programmers into better developers and professional developers. Then another reason is because of security and stability. So open source software is actually more secure and stable compared to proprietary, contrary to what you might think, because open source software, you realize that in a proprietary team, let's say they're like 5 people or 10 people. Then somebody finds a better opportunity and they leave the group. They've left the project, they've gone to do other things. What they have been working on, who's going to carry on from there? So there's a gap between when they leave and when they get somebody to replace. So in between there, anything can happen. A bug can be inserted into the software, it can crash, it's really unstable. As compared to open source, whereby you don't have to, if somebody leaves or if somebody's tired, there's always people in the community who carry on your work. It never stops. There's always that aspect of continuity with open source software. So in essence, it becomes more secure and stable. And also at the same time, with open source, if somebody's using your software and they realize there's an error or a bug in your code, they can easily correct that bug without having to ask for permission from the core developers, like, please grant me permission so I can fix this bug. You don't have to ask permission. You just have to go ahead and make changes and correct that bug. So I think at the end of the day, it's more secure than proprietary software. Sometimes as an author of your own code, you might overlook some errors or you might not notice some errors. But then with open source, people are able to notice those errors for you. Yeah. So sometimes communities might choose to go open source because they want to allow people to give back to them. So you realize as a contributor, you don't have to contribute code. You can also decide to donate money. Let's say you appreciate the work. For example, the company that I'm working for is called Curious Learning. They're trying to promote early learning and development. They make interactive storybooks for children. So it's a completely charity-based organization. They don't have like a stable source of funding. Yeah? So they realize they depend on funding from people who love the software, who appreciate the work that they do. So some companies might choose to go open source so that they can receive these contributions from the public who appreciate the work that they are doing and would like to give back. Yeah. So I'll just talk briefly about open source foundations. Open source foundations, these are foundations that really advocate for funding for open source software. So these foundations, they're not out to make profit or money out of open source software, but really they're trying to raise funding to promote the development of open source software, to pay people who are working on these programs, and to raise resources for these programs. So some of their foundations include the Linux Foundation, Mozilla, LibreSpace, Force Asia. Some of you are very familiar with some of these organizations, Creative Commons. Let's say an example of Creative Commons, if you post a YouTube video and you use, let's say, music by Adam Levine, yeah, or Shakira or Beyonce, like, it will get taken out by YouTube because you do not have the license to use that music. That's how with Creative Commons, you can get free music that's open to use, and if you post your video, it will not be taken down because you have the license to use that music. So that's an example of Creative Commons. Yeah. So I'm just trying to move through the slides so I don't take up any more time. So so let's talk about how you can start contributing to open source software. So hopefully I have sold you on this topic of open source, and you would now want to start contributing to open source software. And you might be asking yourself, how can I start contributing to open source software? What do I have to do? Where can I start? Yeah? So one thing that you have to know is that open source software is not only for programmers or developers like it is commonly known. Open source software open source is for everyone. Whether you're doing art, whether you're doing writing, whether you're doing marketing, you can still contribute to open source software. So I'm going to take you through how you can do that. So you can contribute to open source software through graphic design and art. Some open source organizations are looking for UI designers. If you know how to design layouts of websites or mobile applications, this would be the avenue for you. So you can contribute to open source software in that way. Also, you can contribute if you're a good programmer in Python, in JavaScript. If you're a good developer, you can contribute code. You can also do documentation writing, like I am. I'm a technical writer, so I've written documentation for Mix. I've written documentation for Curious Learning. And I'm still working on the Curious Learning project. Actually, Google Season of Docs just recently concluded, I think this very month. And I was lucky that the organization that I was working for wanted to retain me so I can continue writing their documentation. So you realize that with these opportunities, you can easily get retained if you're doing very good work and people appreciate the work that you're doing. Yeah, so you can contribute through documentation writing. You can also contribute through testing code. You don't have to program, but you can test and be like, there's a bug here, please fix this bug. You're still contributing to open source software. You can also do localization. Localization involves translating documentation from one language to another. So you find that the organization already has documentation in English, and you're very good at Luganda or Kiswahili. You can be like, I would like to contribute by translating this documentation to Luganda and make the software more usable by the Ugandan community. That's an example of localization. Then there's voice artistry. There are some organizations that are looking for voice artists. You can contribute in that way. Also filing bug reports and making recommendations. Donations, like I said, you can contribute $500, $10. Really, any contribution would make a difference in the world of open source. Data science and machine learning, and then project marketing. If you're very good at social media, or writing your blog, or if you have a blog that you already have established, you can decide to write about this organization or this open source software. And you'd be contributing in that way by marketing them and making their software more known to the world out there through your platform. So you can contribute through marketing. So now that you know the various talents that can contribute to open source, where can you start? Where can you start? So one thing, I would say the first step would be self-aware. What are you good at? First ask yourself, what am I good at? What is my stack? Am I good at Python? Am I good at JavaScript? Am I good at marketing? Am I good at writing? How well do you know yourself? Sometimes you might go into a project thinking you know JavaScript, and then you meet the code and you're like, what is this? I've never seen this before, you know? So you have to know yourself. Are you a senior dev? Are you a mid-level dev? So it's really a chance to get to know yourself better as a programmer, as a marketer, as a writer, all those things. So the next thing would be to look at the project skill requirements. So now that you want to start contributing to some kind of open source project, you have to find out what skills are they looking for. Are they looking for developers? Are they looking for artists? If you're lucky, most times the project description will include the skills that they need in that project. Let's say, for example, for Mix, they had said that they wanted people who are good at C++. Yeah, I was not good at C++. They wanted people who are good at UI and UX. I just knew a little bit about UI and UX, but not so much. They wanted also technical writers. So remember, Outreach is very competitive, and they only wanted one person. So you find that, because the way it works is people come and they apply and they contribute, and the person who has made the most contributions or the most significant contributions gets retained for the internship. So there was very serious, how do I call it, imposter syndrome. I was like, what am I doing? I'm just a writer. What, will they even select me? You know, there was that doubt going through my mind, yeah? But then you just, if you believe in yourself, anything is possible, really. So at the end of the day, they chose a technical writer over the C++ developer and the UI UX guy. So that was really awesome. So you have to look at the project skill requirements and then ask yourself, how do you fit into the community, yeah? How do you fit into the community? How, let's say, so there are some open source organizations, for example, Moja Global. Moja Global is an organization that works towards climate change. They are trying to raise awareness about global warming and things like that, but through code. So if you're somebody who is passionate about climate change, you can take part in such projects. You can, how you would fit into that aspect is, now that I'm passionate about climate change, how can I contribute? What am I good at? Am I a writer? Can I write blogs? Am I a programmer? Can I develop code for this organization? Something like that. So you also need to learn and master GitHub. I can't emphasize this enough. You need to know your Git. Before going into these open source programs, I knew Git. I have to admit, I knew Git. I knew how to do the basics: Git commit, Git push, Git clone, do all these Git things. But when I reached there, I remember open source software, they receive contributions from all over the world, and there's like tons of code, tons of open issues, tons of things to merge. So there has to be a system to revise this code and merge only acceptable code. So the way they do that is through GitHub and Git. through version control. So if you do not know Git, and you're doing a very technical project like programming, it might be at your disadvantage. So you need to really learn and master your GitHub very well. So I remember I thought I knew GitHub, but I found myself actually learning on job. I was crying to my supervisor, like, oh my God, this thing has, I was messing up the repository, bad time. I was just messing it up. And I was like, relax, just read this blog. He'll keep giving me resources, like, please read up on this, read up on this. And I kept getting better at Git. So you have to be really good at Git. So also acquaint yourself with the project guidelines. Once you start contributing to open source software, you don't just go in and start pushing code. You have to do the basics. For example, start reading the contribution guidelines. So usually when you go to the project repository, you'll find a readme.md or contributing.md, whereby they outline the guidelines to contributing, what you need to do, what tools you need to install, what version of the software you should be having, or what version of your operating system you need to have on your computer. So there are so many guidelines, and also sometimes they might need you to do certain tests before you push your code. So all of these guidelines are very important. You can't just go to the repository, pull the code, do whatever you're doing, and then push. Yeah? Okay. So they've warned me about time. I'm going to try to wrap up as soon as possible. Then also demo the project before contributing. For example, if you're working on, let's say like Mix, like the one I was working on, download the software, see how it works, make sure you understand it like the back of your hand, and then start contributing, because you can't contribute to a software that you don't know how it operates. Then also start joining the relevant community channels. You find that various software have different communities on Discord, on Slack, on Twitter. So you need to join the relevant community so you can meet members, other open source community members who are doing the same work as you, yeah? Also, request to get your work reviewed. Once you start contributing, sometimes amidst all the 100 lines of code and all the various contributions from the various people, your contribution might just sit there waiting to get reviewed and merged. So one way to speed up that process is to ask the people who are the leads in the community, please review my code, see if it is okay. If I need to make changes, please let me know. And that's how you get better at being an open source contributor. So I'm going to talk about now the various opportunities that you can explore in open source. So I've put here a table of the various opportunities that you can explore, especially as a first-time person contributing to open source. One of them, I can access to all of these programs. You can easily get in. You don't have to fear. You don't have to maybe think, I'm not good enough. Maybe I need to do more Coursera courses. I need to do more learning. Just start, because you might never know. Just start, yeah? And these are some of the programs that you can join. One of them is Outreachy, like I talked about. Before joining Outreachy, I had not even heard of open source. Like, I didn't even know what open source was about. I won't even lie to you. I did not know about it until somebody told me, but this is something that you would be good for. Just look at it and see if it would be the right fit for you. So I applied, and look what happened. So Outreach is very starter-friendly. I included the last column there. Is it starter-friendly or not? So Outreach is very starter-friendly. You get a stipend of $6,000 for the 3 months. That's good money for the Ugandan economy, I would say. Then there's also Google Summer of Code. It's also 3 months. How much they pay you really depends on so many things. It depends on your organization. It depends on the country that you're in. It depends on the project that you're working on, so many things, but it's not small money. That's all I can say, yeah. And then, is it starter-friendly? Maybe not, because you have to be really good. The organizations are looking for the best developers out there, yeah? So it might not be very starter-friendly. And then the next one is Major League Hack. Many of you have heard about Major League Hack. It's somehow starter-friendly. They have an open source track whereby they train people how to contribute to open source software. And it's also a paid opportunity. They pay you $5,000 for the 3 months that you're there. And then in GovScript Summer of Code, they also pay you between $3,000 and $6,600. It's for 3 months. And it's very starter-friendly. It's almost like Outreachy. And then there's Google Season of Docs, which I'm currently participating in. Is it starter-friendly? Yes, especially if you're very good at writing, very starter-friendly. And how much they pay you depends on your organization, the country that you're in, your economy, all those things. But it's not small money. Yeah. So for some organizations, they might not give you money, but they'll give you incentives. They can pay for your data, they will give you swag, they'll give you stickers, they'll give you bugs. They might give you a laptop, you never know. So there are so many benefits of working in open source. So what do you stand to benefit as an open source contributor? There's exposure. You get exposed to so many opportunities. For example, as we were doing the internship at Outreach, they kept telling us, now that you're concluding this program, there are so many other opportunities that you can explore. I would encourage you to explore Go Season of Docs, Go Summer of Code, Open Summer of Code. They began sending us links to all these programs that you could join. So there's a lot of exposure when you start contributing to open source. Then you can also get paid, like I had explained earlier. You form a huge network of friends. You find, in open source, you find expert programmers, expert developers, expert artists, UI, UX guys. So you get to learn from all of these people. You also get hired. For example, you find that there are some job opportunities whereby they need you to have had experience working for an open source organization or contributing to open source, because they need to know that you can work with a diverse community and you can easily jump onto a project that's already existing. So for some job requirements, this is a prerequisite for you to have had experience working in the open source space. Also, be the change that you want to see in the world. So you can also make a difference to contributing to open source, like I had said. For example, like for Moja Global, you can contribute to climate change. Yeah, I'm being warned about time. So I had put here, I'm about to conclude with my presentation, don't worry. So I had put here becoming Uganda's next billion creators. So our aim as open source community of Africa, we want to encourage Ugandans to join the open source space. Yeah. So open source is really, it's driving the future as the most, it has the most widely used tools for building disruptive and innovative solutions, for building current solutions to global issues. So we need, as open source community of Africa Kampala, as OSCA Kampala, we want Ugandans to join and become more involved in open source and exploit the benefits that there are in the world of open source. So you can join us. This is us. We hold events regularly. That's us on the call. We have, as a community, we try to take initiative to ensure that everybody with different talents is taken care of. Yeah, we try to ensure that all the talents in the community are taken care of, and there are assigned expert leads for each track. For example, now for Python, we have Tobias sitting there in Abini. Then JavaScript, we have Pius Kevin. PHP, there's Mashud. C#, there's Ronnie. And we also we've partnered with an organization called Omdina. Omdina is an AI and data science organization that works to build solutions to issues in the world through AI and data science. So if you're interested in Python, data science and machine learning, I would say just join us as a community and you'll get to work on open source projects in that avenue. So these are some of the events that we've held as OSCA Kampala. We tackle different topics in open source, what you can do. For example, if there's an outreach program, we usually hold a session to train people on how you can get in, what you need to do, how to stand out, and things like that. We also hold Friday night lives, because Twitter has a feature called Twitter Spaces, and we use that feature to our advantage. So we hold a Twitter Space every Friday at 8 p.m., where we just speak so many things about open source. We just discuss, we laugh, but we really learn from so many people who are in the Twitter space. Yeah. So you can reach out to me on this. I'm on every platform. I'm on GitHub, I'm on Dev, I'm everywhere. I'm on GitLab. You can just reach out to me on any of those platforms. And I think I've come to the end of my presentation. That is the link to our GitHub, and the last one is a link tree. You can find our Twitter. We have a Discord server that you can join. You can learn from us. We are ready to help you. And we are excited to have you join us as OSCA Kampala. Thank you so much.
A stronger round of applause, please. Okay, so it's not easy feat speaking in front of people. And I believe Deborah has done really amazing today. I hope to join Open Source Kampala as soon as possible, as soon as now. But before I do that, we have our next program. So we're going to break up into two, yes? So there is going to be a cloud data science track and a web mobile track. So we're going to do something small. Please be cooperative, yeah? So by show of hands, how many of us want to go for they're running simultaneously. They're going to run at the same time. So cloud and data science track by show of hands. Oh, okay. And then web mobile by show of hands. Looks like we might have a tie. Let's do this one more time. Please raise your hands. This is important. Cloud data science track. Okay. Halima, do those look relatively many? Okay, now web mobile. Interesting. So this is what's going to happen. So if you're going for the cloud data science track, we are going to have that little room over there. That's where we're going to be. So the web mobile track is going to stay right here. And they're going to stay being streamed. But then the other track is not going to be streamed, unfortunately, because we can't run at the same time on one channel, YouTube channel. So this is what will happen. For the benefit of those who are not present today, or for those who would like to be in the other, we will have sessions for those exclusive tracks once again. But it's going to be 1 hour long, and we are going to keep time for that matter. So ladies and gentlemen, those who will be breaking off with the cloud and data science track, please. And if you're staying around for web, please make yourselves safe or at home.
Somebody gonna marry this year. Make the money happen this year. Let me tell you something about this year. This year must be better than last year. It's your year. You know this is your year.
So the presenters are going to be as follows, For cloud and data science, there are going to be 2 sessions. There's going to be introduction to cloud, deployment and migration by Kalema Edgar, and introduction to computer vision with Google Code Lab. So get ready to get your hands stuck in some code. That's going to be with Francis Musasisi. Then web mobile, the one staying here, are going to have 2 tracks as well. Kotlin, next level for Android development by Brian Muteri, and accessibility in web engineering, patterns in web UI design by Luigi Morel.
Visenti sina nimerudi Tandale, meshindwa kulipa bima, nimeuza madale, redio nyimbo mezima, TV ndio hatari, meneja umebaki jina, nitakie tatale.
You see the bright side, yeah. Somebody gonna marry this year. Let me tell you something about this year. This year must be better than last year. It's your year. You know this is your year. It's your year. Yeah. And this is my year. Till automatic it's my year. And this is my year. My year, my year. It's my year. Till automatic it's my year. I'm winning this year. My year, my year. Don't worry, you got it this year, you won't die. Don't worry, you got it this year, you must shine. Are you to my side? Yeah, you see the bright side. Yeah. Somebody gonna marry this year. Make the money happen this year. Let me tell you something about this year. This year must be better than last year. Somebody gonna marry this year. Make the money this year. Let me tell you about this year. This year must be better than last year. And this is my year. Till automatic it's my year. And this is my year. My year, my year. It's my year. Till automatic it's my year. I'm winning this year. My year, my year. You gonna marry your baby this year. Make that money, money. Yeah, this year. Yeah, this year must be better than last year. Oh, yeah. And this is my year. Till automatic it's my year. And this is my year. My year, my year. It's my year.
yote mwanazi misuruari yanidondoka, tukimbizane nini Salome wangu, hiyo michezo ya jogo, ona watizama chini Salome wangu, ukimwona jongo inama kidogo, shika magoti, mimi nimesimama kama ngongoti, mtoto Jojo sio roboti, chumbani bingiri bingiri samba zote.
Unamtekenyaga ukinyonga Salome, unamtekenyaga ukinyonga, unamtekenyaga ukinyonga kweli, unamtekenyaga ukinyonga. Olera bakuruba, olera ngame, olera nyunazali, olera ngame. Utamkolea aprokoto, tingali tingali ndani kwa moto, mtamyongea msokoto, teme sumu kali kama koboko. Mapenzi yananipa shida, shida mama, midonda nisokuwa na tiba, tiba bwana. Usije baby, kanicharanga, kanichambua moyo kakaranga, nie baby, kwenye msambwanda, wasinga kingenge ninganganga. Unanitekenyaga ukinyonga Salome, unanitekenyaga ukinyonga, unanitekenyaga ukinyonga kweli, unanitekenyaga ukinyonga. Olera bakuruba, olera ngambe, olera nyunazali, olera ngambe.
Mwenzako nyang'anyana, izari winonyanya, baby kwangwa, nisimamie kama kangaru, ibane kangwaru, babu Juma mpige kwa kwaru, kwa kwaru, kwa.
Sasa chambua kama karanga sasa, chambua kama karanga, ichambue kama karanga Salome, chambua kama karanga. So washa, washa, moto washa, washa, songa, songa, ugali songa, songa, pakazi, aji, pakazi, aji. Wenye wivu wajinyonge leo, wenye wivu wajinyonge. Oh, wenye wivu wajinyonge sana, wenye wivu wajinyonge. Wenye wivu wajinyonge kweli, wenye wivu wajinyonge. Oh, wenye wivu wajinyonge sana, wenye wivu wajinyonge. Wanakodoa kodo, wanakodoa
macho kodo,
wanakodoa kodo, wanakodoa
wale kodo,
wanakodoa kodo, wanakodoa.
cash. Girl, you are chopping my heart. While I'm popping my cash. Do you remember buying you Dolce and Gabbana? Oh, do you remember?
Times are changing. I see the chains are breaking. I see the gates are opening, and I see the captives breaking free. Oh, I see the times are changing. I see the chains are breaking. I see the gates are
Okay. Am I too loud enough? Are you getting me well? Okay. They are going to present for me here. Don't worry. Let me talk about myself. I'm called Mr. Brian. Let me start from profile. I know some of you know me, some you don't know me. I'm Mr. Brian. I lead Kotlin community in Uganda. This is going to be engaging session. So yeah, I work for a company called Intellectsoft. Intellectsoft is based in USA. Yeah, so with the language Kotlin, I'm informed very well. Okay, good. I'm a co-founder of Porope, so in entrepreneurship also I'm there. So Porope is like school pay. Have you heard of school pay? What about flex pay? You know just flex pay, but you don't know school pay. Okay, we are the guys who are fighting to. Oh, how many accountants here? Accountants? All of the software engineers. Good. Okay, so we are integrating with banks to push money directly using card from mobile money to the school's bank account. We are removing the barrier of parents going to. So I'm ready for. Okay, that's my Twitter handle. You can follow me. Okay, what's Kotlin? Who has ever interacted with Kotlin? I've never heard of it anyway. Just what's up your hand? I just want to know the 1, 2, 3. Hey, the class is big. Others, what do you know? What place? All weeks. Okay, next. Okay, we are going to learn together next. Kotlin is programming language, and it's in Poland there is ketchup. Do you know ketchup? In Poland there's ketchup called Kotlin. Now, Kotlin was an island in Russia, so that's why they got the name. But they did not copy it from the ketchup which is existing in Poland. Yeah, and it was started by a company called JetBrains. And it's running on one of the build tools is Gradle. Have you heard of the Gradle? Good. So Kotlin meets Gradle, Square open source. I've had many sessions here. Do you know Square? What's about the Square? In terms of Square? Okay, Dagger, Retrofit, so it's the biggest. So it works along with that. And in 2017, Google I/O. Back. In 2017, this was Google I/O, that picture down. So Google made it its first citizen language. So for Android development. So demographics, how many people are using Kotlin worldwide? Why Intellectsoft? You are going to search about Intellectsoft. Why a company like Intellectsoft using those who have internet, those who have phones, make sure you have internet. I'm going to make it more lively such that you will enjoy. Less than 6 months, 5%. These are developers in high schools, blah, blah. 6 months less than 10%. Let me start here. 2%, 2 years, less than 4 years. How many you have some experience? Like 1 year. You have built mobile or web. Anyone experience in like 1 year, 2 years? How many? 2 years, yes? 1. Others were in maths? 2 years, good. I'm with the guys who are, I like this session now. It's becoming hotter. Next slide. Kotlin usage in production, 85%. I have some stickers here. I'll be giving you some stickers for free. And a senior dev, if you are serious and you have ever coded, I can give you IntelliJ coupon. Who is using IntelliJ here? IntelliJ, and you are serious? Very serious. Okay, you are going to get $600 worth it. And these ones, you want a t-shirt? You want a t-shirt? Okay, I will come back to that next. Okay, I teach Kotlin. People who teach Kotlin worldwide, universities which teach are 88%. In Uganda, it might take some time. Next slide. Build for Kotlin is how this language is powerful. And myself, I don't sometimes give talks or like a keynote speech there to motivate you, right? You don't want to hear the truth. I am not developers, you don't want to hear the truth. If you are good in the workplace, they shout for you, yeah. That's the guy. So that's the language. It is on server-side, backend guys. It is on Android, iOS, and in the browser, we use Kotlin JS. One language like this. You learn one language, you get hired on the following day. As long as you have got skill. Next slide. Yeah. Kotlin JVM. What's JVM in full? Java Virtual Machine, right. Next. Okay, first go back. Where are you very fast? Kotlin JS, Kotlin native, and multi-platform. Next. How many Android apps currently which run with Kotlin? WordPress is there, Slack, Grado, Twitter. You are the only one left to incorporate your apps. Yeah. So I told you, developers, they don't want to hear the truth. Someone else is good in React. They don't want to know. I'm what? I'm better. So you can talk and everything goes down. I work with Intellectsoft. You remember that. We have won. I will get some presentation I show you. We won crunches every year. A big software company in USA, it's based in California, in just mobile. So, if you want to, how did you jump from Uganda, Obamotebi, you change the name. I'm going to come to that. JDK, do you know JDK? Do you know JDK? You're good. JVM, Kotlin compiler, and editor, which we use IntelliJ. Others they use NetBeans, others they use Eclipse, and others use Android Studio, and others use, anyone who ever used Android Studio at least? Yeah, raise up your hand. Even if you tried and you failed, I had a slow laptop. Okay. Next. Kotlin is 100% interparable with Java. Anyone who has ever done Java? Kati, it's better. Shifting, it takes seconds, because the language is very interparable with Java. The company which made Java is the company which made Kotlin. Are you getting that? So, very faster to So, extension for, we use .kt. Those guys are using .java, right? Kotlin compiler, class, J, and up to app and runtime. So that's the space. So you can, in Android Studio, you can incorporate a Kotlin code with also Java code. So you can shift slowly by slowly. But those who have never, that's why you are here. Those who have you have not started anything, start with the easiest. Don't compress your edge like your, huh? Okay, at campus we learn what? C++? C? C++? You stop where? Which language you stop on? Well, which climax? Climax? Java. Java is the climax. Okay, which university? Makerere. Okay. Chambogo? Chambogo C? C++. Next. Okay. Next. Okay. Now we are going to see the easiest. This code is fun, yeah? You are going to be coding as if you are not coding. Hey. So, we use val, in variables. Now I'm talking about variables. We have val with VAL and VAR. VAL is immutable when you are writing functions, when it is immutable. Val is mutable. When I talk about a name, which variable will I use? VAR or VAL? VAR or VAR? You raise up your hand. You go at least with a sticker. You went in DevFest, you got a sticker from JetBrains, at least. So raise up your hand if you get that answer. A name, if I'm going to declare a name, I'm going to use what? VAR, VAL. VAR. Why? Why using VAR? It is everywhere. The name can be changed. Your name can be changed. Val. Yeah. The name cannot be changed. Some of you have many names. You can change your names. Okay. Do you have anyone who works in URSB? A lawyer? Corporate guy, a law firm? URSB? Next. Yeah, I'm going to create a playground. So you came to study, but here we are going to be like playing on your phones. You just type in that link in your phones. Did I give you Wi-Fi? Yeah, there's Wi-Fi. You connect. Take it back, Saturday, see? Okay, that's the link. If you have IntelliJ, make sure you can use IntelliJ. But if you, with your phones, you just put in that. Are we done? We are done. Good. Next, boss. Okay, we are going to add 2 integers. Anyway, sorry. When you open there is LL World. Is it the code for LL World? Are you seeing it? How many lines of code are those? One. One line. No, you need specs like me. Okay. Okay, the main function, when you're writing main function for Kotlin, it's like fun function. F-U-N is what? Function, but we call it fun, as you are just having fun. Main, and the code actually comes. Now call a Java guy. We write how many lines of code and complex your aid even. And you say coding is too difficult. You are learning difficult things. And you end giving up, right? Yeah, that's why such conferences are visible to you guys to come to benefit. So, when we're adding two integers, we have x equals to, this is the opening and there is a closing. Sorry, well, this is the closing. Is it right? Okay, good. So, right fun, if we are adding val x and val y equals to 20. If you are adding them, we just write val sum, we declare, you declare sum. You cannot use sum when you have not declared. If we have time, I can ask you more questions. Anyway, I have few minutes here, but if I had more time, I can ask you, you tell me any app which you know, how it functions. I tell you the back end, you run it as you want. What it prints, the error, starting to log in apps, blah, blah, steps, right? But let us first say what makes Kotlin different to other languages. Why should you shift? Okay. So you declare sum and print. Sum is down. There's a print screen. So, do you have the answer? Do you have the answer? Is it coming? Okay. Now, I have two stickers here. Two stickers, but I'm favoring mostly ladies. I'm favoring mostly ladies. Now, get for me product. Get for me product of two numbers and you show me the answer. Yeah. The first person to get the product, you just show me and you get a sticker right away. Like 5 people. You want to copy it? Okay. Put it back. You are done? You come. There is a camera here. You show people. Even you. Ladies, compete. Just product. I want a product. Boss, I want to show me proof. Let us first give. Ladies, the floor is yours. You have the mic and tell them what have you I don't know you guys, you can see this one, instead of writing product, you just write PDT. Yeah, it's okay, but as long as you have the answer, I love your creativity. You have a sticker, but you have to write a product. This one is coding. Okay. Okay, good. You have a laptop? Okay. You are free. You added ads. You want to make this like an award? Okay. Now, let me tell you some challenging things in Uganda. Do you know what brings people on an event in Uganda? Food and the merchandise. Whites, they pay each conference. To see my face, they have to pay. And the gifts, they're getting these stickers because the printing guy is one from Just JetBrains. So they evaluate mostly. To get a coupon, you have to, actually it has to be a very big hackathon. But in Uganda, okay, let us not put our country down. Yes, next. So, we are going to add floats. Do you know float? What's a float? A decimal. Okay. The two people give me the sum. Just add 2 floats. and you give me the sum. If you have won, you don't come back. Others compete. But by the way, you can compete and you say, I've won, but let me give this sticker to this guy. Yeah. So get for me the what? The sum, and we see. Then you just add that, and we see. Done? Yes, come. And you come. I can give you a mic and you convince them. How you found it very easy. How you felt.
Okay, so
you can first say your name such that they get connected to you.
Okay, my name is Sally Jonathan, and according to the problem we've been given two floating point numbers. So we have 2.0f and y, which is 1.5f. So what I did was to actually add and print the sum, which is 3.5.
Let me ask you a question. Can you recommend someone for this language?
Yes.
On 100, on 10?
On 100, on 0 to 100.
On 0 to?
10. So on 0 to 10, I would actually say 8.
8. Okay, where's our print? 7. Good. Let me see. Good. The first DevFest I've seen where ladies are participating actively. DevFest, and which means in technology, you are going to shake these guys, right? You have a big future. Yes? You are done? God, show me. You are sorry, but you are getting errors. Pardon? You get free. Okay, you first bring it and I say. Yes, you first go next. Okay. Okay. That's the answer. Yeah, it's okay. Let me give you even a sticker. You show them this sticker. If you get it, you are having a flag for Android in Uganda. Yeah. Yep. Okay. Yes, but you first put back. Okay. You first go back. First go back. Okay. I'm going to give you some resources such that you keep on learning. You don't stop learning from here. Kotlin is open source language where you can know many things, learn more things. I want to tell you something, you guys. Let me hope you might learn out of it. I started in the same university like you guys. I studied the same things like you. We attended to same lecturers like you. But what made us different is we adapted to new technologies which are at first. But you tend to learn everything. Developers in Uganda, you find someone, take my number, I can do many things. I can do web, graphics, in networking also I'm good. But if you come to data science, that is one person. Is packed in his head, right? You are not going to move anywhere. You are going to be a static Android, a static developer. Your first demo salary, they call, some people are getting 900 in Uganda. What and what? People are working for hours, you guys. Hours. Search about intellectual, you see. We work per hour. Another thing, opportunity which you are going to get is communities. So me, I was leading quartering. You cannot be with JetBrains and you can access JetBrains and you cannot get big companies. Are you getting that? So I got everything from JetBrains, land. In Uganda, you can develop something. Are you seeing apps which are on market? You can develop something and you think you are good. And even your application compete. But on a global scale, it is useless to people who developers. I'm telling you. Because me, I left in Uganda when actually I was also good in Android. But I was nothing to those guys. So I had to embark on more of learning. Are you getting that? And one thing which I want to tell you, as long as Kotlin is open source, you have to invest in yourself. How are you going to invest in yourself? Look for academies where you can get skills, hands-on skills. Are you getting that? Accept that I don't know, because some of you have how many years? 2 years of experience. But if I have a project and I want to hire you and I'm going to pay you after the project, and I just give you just a task to do and submit in 7 days, you cannot even submit. Are you getting that? Being in learning, and now these people are in universities, being in software world does not mean that, you have ever seen how people address themselves? I have 20 years plus experience. You're working for who? You're working for who? Yes. Who verified that you have those what? In that sense. Are you getting that? Me, I tell the truth, you guys. White, they pay such conferences to come and learn. We have what are called the meetups. And the other meetups which are in USA, they are like, they collect money, they ask all of you, what do you think we can do for this money? Some of these people can say, let us sponsor some people on academies to go and learn. Yeah, you can start off in Uganda and it's easier to work remotely with any big company in USA or any other country. Very, very, very good. When I was in Kotlin, actually, all our speakers which we used to have on the platform here, these people were meant from, some are working from Germany, some are working from Kenya. Although Kenya is growing faster, bigger, right? Do you know developers who are in self-border currently? Do you know them? So, you are the guys to be working in those giant companies which are coming, and technology is growing at a faster rate. Now, in Uganda, my colleague started an academy. Please, you can put back. I don't know. I have to place. Next. Let them just, okay. Oh yeah, in Uganda we started an academy where we train mostly. It's in Ntinda. Their details, they are going to show you the details. We train and what our aim, you cannot be better or good in those companies. You can be replaced at any time. So those companies, actually, there is a branch for Intellectsoft which is in Ukraine, which we work closely, which helps us certify these people, and they outsource them. So, as me, that's what currently I'm doing for the community in Uganda. They train you from scratch, and those people, they reach a level of, who has ever seen someone who knows someone called Ivan or Joke? You know, from Chambog, I think you know. Those are one of our students, but is very good, very good. By level, when they sustain to last level, you can be better, and you can work on any project. Are you getting that? In Uganda, you run for money. You work when you have not reached to work. Can you work on my website? Yes, I can. Okay, how much? 400,000. What am I going to use? WordPress. They use what? And that's the big, I'm not offending WordPress community. Anyone from WordPress? You can take some that information. I'm not offending. I know your community is very big. Not so? In Uganda it's very big. Do you know why it is big? And it is growing big. It's growing big, but you cannot cross Kampala. Anyway, you cannot cross the border. I'm telling you. If you are good in WordPress, you come at a company like IntellectSoft. What CV are you going to write? I'm not speaking some sense, you guys. I encourage you guys to adapt to new technologies or program language which are coming up and are very good. You are going to make money, you guys. But okay, that's the link. It's called an academy. I have some courses there. I no longer teach. I have some academy there. So anyone, any questions to come from your side? You can ask me any question. Relating all, even if not on Kotlin, you can ask me any question. Yes.
My question is, how long have you been doing development?
Okay. It's a good question. I've been doing development for approximately 5 years. Yeah. I used 2 years for wastage, but I cannot adapt to my experience. Yeah, but I have some projects which I've built, but I cannot tell them many. There are very many, I cannot tell them. But one of them you can search about, we have Torope, we have Torea. Torea is an Android app. There are many apps which on Play Store. So, that's one question. Yeah, it can sustain you. You want to reach me? Okay, that's good.
Yeah, I'm Latim. You talked about in Tinder. You have a place in Tinder. I was suggesting if you could give us more details. The training, how long does it take, so that we can push maybe our communities to take part in Kotlin.
Oh, you're from which university? MOBS. Okay. In Tinder, a building called Najim Mall, and the training runs for the first one is called junior level, which is run for 2 months, and the next one run for 3 months to 4 months, strictly. So that's where students break off when they have got something on that last level. Yeah, I think that information is enough. Okay, yes. Fee. The junior level, they charge, those people, they charge something like 200 is, how many dollars is that? As we are not money-making company, right? We are not money-making company because no one here can hire me. I think in Uganda currently, Kati, what we do, but we screen out, we ask that money such that we screen out those, we want you to attach value because you know Uganda, human, actually students, even human is what? Actually that's too much, some of you, right? I'm not saying, don't laugh Banang. I'm not saying that it's too much, but most of you, biggest number, right? But when you come to learn, you attach value. Yeah, so that's what we do, but on intermediate level, also they will tell you what is required. But mostly requirement, you come with a good laptop. When I mean a good laptop, you understand? Yeah, you are devs. Any question? Here, this side? Any question? Yes. How does Kotlin compile? Okay. Now, that site which you see, was developed using Kotlin. Do you know Spring? You know Spring, the biggest framework for Java and there's what's called Keto. Have you heard of Keto? Also biggest. So they incorporated that with when they did and they made it as a playground. So that's the program which we use. But that does not do a lot of things. Do you know why is it called IntelliJ? Is case sensitive. Case sensitive. Have you ever seen someone coding and it completes for someone? You have ever seen that? It makes coding fun. It makes coding fun. You just code and it brings other things. So we just track. That's why we are able to work on a project in a few time because the environment which you are using is very good. Okay. Now, I have a coupon for IntelliJ. You come and tell me what you have worked on such that you win yourself a coupon. $600 US worth it. Anyone? You first tell me which project have you worked on? You are the judges, right? Okay. Now, first person. Don't fear my questions. You just come. Okay.
Thank you very much. Yes, I'm Mugisa Brian Cephas. Yeah, most of you from Makerere, you know me. And currently I'm a Flutter dev. And I've worked on projects like the CalCut. And so far CalCut has over 2,000 users on it. And mainly CalCut is just... I built it cross-platform. I used. Yeah, you can check. It is available on Play Store, even on the web. I used Flutter.
So what do you use IntelliJ for as you?
Well, IntelliJ, I use Android Studio, and of course it is built by those guys of IntelliJ. And mainly, I use Kotlin for my backend in Android when I'm developing the ads and some other backend systems.
Okay. You have a question? It is what? Spelling.
It is C-A-L, then C-U-T. Or you can type in your browser calcut.web.app, then they'll bring it.
Okay. The guy is good, is an entrepreneur. So you are going to, actually, is not competable. Anyone who can compete? Anyone? Unopposed. Do you know anything in Kotlin? You have built any app? Do you have any app on your phone? Use the Kotlin? No. Oh, use it for backend. Okay. Anyway, Kali, you're going to get into contact with us, or you write in a paper your email address. I'm going to send you a coupon, but you redeem it. Don't say it. Okay. Kali, you can have for him. Okay. Any other question? Okay. I think that's my time, guys. Yeah. See you.
Okay, another round of applause for Brian. Thank you so much, Brian Mutebi, for that session. We're going to have accessibility in web engineering, patterns in web UI design by Luigi Morel. Okay. Let's wait for them to sort that bit out. But don't worry, right after we have a very nice power break. You'll really love it. It involves food. So anyway, before I continue with that, I want to interact with you guys. So anyone here who would like to give us an insight into what they have found this event like, or what's your experience? How many of us are actually here for the first time? This is our first DevFest. Ah, quite a number. This is nice. Okay. Let's see. I'm going to pick on you. How have you found DevFest 2021?
Okay, from my former experience, this has been a more interactive DevFest. We are actually writing code, so it has been good.
It's been good. So are you excited about meeting new people, or?
Yeah, I'm so excited for the fact that I was able to reach out to others and they got interested, and meeting people that have already worked on different projects, it's like amazing. Yeah.
That's really nice. And would you mind telling us your name?
Oh, hi everyone. I'm Bukira Angela from Makerere University. I'm on the GDSC team.
Ah, a round of applause for her, please. Okay, so we're going to have Stephen Mujisha instead to present to us for the next session. So please, wherever you may be, please take the floor. Okay, let me move on to someone else. So what's your name?
My name is Matthias. I'm from campus. Oh, I'm a student at UICT. Yeah. Oh, it's been interesting, like to meet a number of people. Some of them have just been having them in some forums we've been sharing, and so I just found it interesting. I just hope like getting the best out of it. Yeah.
That's neat. I'm waiting for our next presenter, wherever he may be. I bet the team at the back is doing something about that. So let's see. Who do I go to next? Ah, I see my successor is here. Latin Ronnie David. How have you found your first DevFest?
Yeah, I've found the DevFest quite interactive. I've met new people from Utamu. I'm ready to meet and interact with other people. Yeah, nice to be here.
Thank you very much. Let's see. I believe it's almost lunchtime and we're waiting for our next presenter. But let me tell you what else we have in store for you. So after the power break, we'll have a panel discussion led by the Women Tech Makers team. Then we shall have a design session with Makerere University to be led by Halima Bukiriwa. And then we'll have closing remarks and next steps. So really, you just need to hold on to your seats. I hope you guys have been tweeting the event as well. The handles are right there. I don't know if, and even there. The hashtags are hashtag DevFestUG 2021, DevFest 2021, and hashtag DevFestUG21. Then you can also tag at GDG Cloud Kampala, at GDG Kampala. Those are two different chapters. One deals with cloud and the other deals with general technologies. Then we have GDG and Tebe, and I see GDSC MOOC also snuck in theirs, but it is well. So a lot of photos are going around regarding this event, and please feel free to share when you see them, do retweet. I'm also on Twitter at Lito_Mugiso. So I am Lito Mugiso on Twitter. at little_Mugisu. I follow back, don't worry. So they've also given us Wi-Fi passwords for today for the Motive Business 5G. Please don't forget to connect and network. Then a little pitch about myself, because I hadn't taken the opportunity. I'm part of a startup called WAPI. We are at wapi.ug, that's WAAPE.ug. We are a digital talent marketplace for freelancers and people looking for others who can carry out digital tasks for them, be it software development, graphics design, UI, UX, accounting. As long as it can be done online, we can link you to people who can do that, or we can help you get opportunities within that sphere. So we can also help you get a hold of permanent employees. We also have that arrangement. We also do headhunting as our startup. We are a beautiful team of 20 plus. The community lead. I'm also a co-founder at the startup. I found someone here who wanted to meet my co-founder, Collins, and hopefully he will be here soon. And what else? You do check out our website. It's www.wapi.ug, WAAPE.ug, or WAAPE.io. Either one will lead you to the right place. So you can sign up on our website. We are looking to gather as many young people and give them or link them to opportunities that will help them get dignified pay and great jobs for themselves and for their families, because the unemployment rate is very worrying, and we believe in digital skills being the great thing that will link us and help us go higher and higher. So that's me in a nutshell, okay, a little bit about me, that part. So is our next speaker ready? I'm hoping he is, because, well, it's almost lunchtime. And yeah. I was given someone. Solomon has tasked me to keep on talking. Well, we shall find out more about that. I hope you guys have taken the opportunity to also check out our other the other Google communities in Uganda. There's Women Tech Makers. That's the community for women, led by women and for women. Extends digital and technology opportunities to women and the like. Okay, I hope we have a one Francis Musasizi in our midst. You are needed at that table over there. I was still telling you about Women Tech Makers. So it's a community led by women and it's for women. So in the event or when you feel uncomfortable joining spaces where you don't find people who are just like you, or you feel lost and you might need some guidance, because the same journey, like it's not the same journey for the gents as it is for the ladies. I mean, there's so many other hurdles that you face as you're building your career, because along the way your family is going to expect you to marry, etc., etc. And balancing or striking a balance or trying to find something that can work with you or for you can be quite daunting. So we offer you a space where you can learn and grow, and also extend opportunities such as those to make spaces friendly enough for women in technology and girls in technology. Then I already mentioned we have GDSCs, which happen to be Google Developer Student Clubs. And they do something similar, but for the students. And there are also opportunities that are extended to students through GDSCs. They were DSCs last year, and Google appended the name, and appended its name to it. So it's GDSC right now. We also have the typical one that you know, GDG, the Google Developer Groups. For people who are interested in Google technologies, please feel free to join us. We do take time to sign up and talk to your neighbor right next to you. You never know who's next to you. I've seen my fellow co-leads. Could you come and join us, perhaps? And I also saw her. I see many of us around. They are peppered within the crowd. But these are the people I can see at the moment. There's also Latim. Please come and join me up here. So I'm going to leave it to these wonderful people to first introduce themselves and what they do and maybe where they're from.
Hi everyone. My name is Makmot Kabira Johnson, and I'm an ex-GDSC lead. I was in the regime of Tabitha, so I'm now, my regime was actually 2020, 2021, so I'm ex. And well, that's at UICT. That's where I was taking my reign from. So currently I'm still a student, but I'm still also a techie. So currently I'm working for, it's an open source, we're doing open source projects. Yeah, our organization is called Late Programmers. So it's an initiative we just started up as we, and we encourage everyone who wants to join, can come, contribute. Yeah, we develop a lot. Just come with, you can come with no code at all, and we train, we teach, because we are sharing community, and we help everyone grow together. Yeah, so that's it.
Hi everyone. I am Bukira Angela, and I'm from Makerere University. I am on the events planning team, and we are the GDSC chapter running 2021. All of you out there, especially women, please come out. Let's face the coding challenge with a lot of energy. I know you can do this. You know, sometimes we sit back there and we're like, we cannot code, but I know we can. Please join the chapter.
Yeah, what's up? Hello, everyone. My name is Latim Ronnie David. I'm at Makerere University Business School. What I do, it's not so techy, but I'm a customs clearing agent. We are licensed by URA to clear goods in the SCUDA system. So for anyone who wants to know more about the SCUDA system, which is for collecting taxes, you can reach out to me at MOBS. Yeah. I'm the GDSC lead at Makerere University Business School. Yeah, thanks.
Okay. I see the people from the other session are merging with us. And we're going to have an alternative session that's going to be held. Okay. It's going to be facilitated by Stephen Mugisha. And let's wait for what we have, or what they have in store for us. You ready?
Good afternoon to you all. I'm Stephen Mugisha by name, and practicing machine learning engineer. I'm currently doing freelance. I work as I also finish up my degree in software engineering. So this session is going to be pretty brief because it was abrupt, and I want to keep it as interactive as possible for the short time that we have. So we're going to be going through machine learning. So how many of you have heard of machine learning before? I presume all of you. So can I have a courageous person to introduce what machine learning is to the rest of us? Anyone? There are no wrong answers, so yes.
Hello, I am Okelo Ivan Elijah. Machine learning is the science of having computers study how to do some things and then let them do them on cases where prior knowledge has not been provided to the machines.
Great. Thank you for your answer. Anybody else have a different opinion or shed some more light? Oh, okay, well, yeah, so, yeah, machine learning is what he has defined. It pretty much has that element of teaching a computer to predict future events that it has not learned or seen before. So machine learning is pretty broad, as it's a science, as he said. Excuse me. And it encompasses a number of different domains. So machine learning as a whole has subdomains that many of you have heard of. There is machine learning as a whole, and then within machine learning we have what we call deep learning, where you'll have a different set of algorithms that work differently to carry out the same task. So in machine learning is mainly all about, it mainly encompasses statistical algorithms, what we will say. So in the statistical algorithms, they mainly use, as the word says, statistical. So they're mainly statistics-based. And when we talk about statistics, we are talking of methods such as Bayesian methods and tree methods, decision tree methods, to predict the probabilities that a certain event is going to happen given what the model has learned or what the algorithm has learned from the past events. So that's just a brief about machine learning. And then in the subdomain of machine learning is deep learning. So deep learning, that's where you'll find algorithms that many of you have heard of, that's neural networks. So artificial neural networks. Those kinds of algorithms work in a way that they try to mimic the way that the brain functions. So the way a brain functions, a brain is made up of neurons, a set of neurons that fire when certain actions or when certain triggers initiate certain actions. So if someone touches your hand, that action is going to trigger the neurons in your hand, and then they're going to send messages through the nerves to the brain, and then the brain will decide what action to do. So you'll turn around and see who has touched your hand. So in the same way, neural network algorithms work in that kind of manner, in that you're going to input a set of data, and then they will move through certain layers in a neuron kind of manner, and then they fire or trigger certain computations to achieve a certain end goal. So we're going to talk about emerging trends in machine learning. So in the past, we've had classical applications of machine learning, such as you've heard of the Roomba, which was a robot cleaner, if you've seen remote-controlled toy cars, the way they move around, it's like you have a remote that controls that, and it tells it where to move and how to navigate corners. So classically, a Roomba was that, a set of if and classical algorithms that helped it navigate and then collect that in a given room. And now presently, we have broad applications of machine learning. Is there anyone that has worked with machine learning in a given way or in a certain domain, agriculture, to do anything? Raise your hand. Yes, do you mind sharing your experience with us? Sure.
Hi everyone. My name is Jonathan, and I used machine learning to solve a health-related problem. So what we are working on is a web application to predict the evidence that a certain image, a certain chest tray image, has COVID. So we're using deep learning for that.
Thank you very much for your share. Anyone else? We can have two more maybe. Yes, please. You and him. You can come forward.
Okay, thank you. I'm called Rusty Duncan. I'm a current, just a student of machine learning. We are currently working on a project in agriculture of detecting plant disease. So we are integrating a little bit of machine learning, then computer vision. For example, you set an algorithm with different data sets of let's say, the leaf pattern, leaf spot, the color of how a leaf appears, and then you collect the different data, then you input it in, let's say, in the first function within that neural network that you're building of the machine learning. Then it can, you keep giving it different kind of data sets. So our end goal is how can we be able like to come up with this, and like this plant has disease X. So through that, we're trying to practice more and more and more with different data sets so that we can be able, like the way how your brain can come and see this tomato is affected with, let's say, tomato brown strip. So the same thing, you can deploy different data sets in a machine language designed algorithm to predict that plant X is affected, plant X is not affected, to advise the farmer. Thank you so much.
Thank you. That was machine learning in agriculture for disease detection.
Hello. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Sempagala Edrin, and I'm excited to be here. Okay, actually, what I was also working on was kind of similar, but it was basically on a factory basis whereby you could be able to detect that, for example, first we're working with tea, like tea leaves. Let's say that whenever, thank you. Like when we get the tea leaves, some of them are some of them are fresh, others are not fresh, they are withered. So what we're working on basically, we are trying to make a model which could be able to tell that, you know what, these leaves are fresh, these ones are withered, and according, for example, if you give a set of leaves, it could be able to pick out and give you a certain percentage of the withered leaves, something like that.
Thank you. So that sounds a bit like machine learning for quality control, we would say, right? You're monitoring the quality of the tea leaves that come out of the farm or the tea estate. So which takes us back to this. One of the emerging trends in machine learning is what we call the tiny ML. Tiny ML, that is machine learning on edge devices. So what happens is we do have laptops. Let me say we, the developers, do have laptops. But not everyone in this world is going to carry around a laptop, you get, right? A large percentage of them carry mobile devices, and a large percentage of you carry mobile devices. So with tiny ML, we're trying to bring machine learning to the edge. Using the examples that we've had from here, agriculture, I'll start with agriculture. Tiny ML, let me say, Tiny ML is deploying machine learning on edge devices. That's phones, mobile phones, embedded systems like Raspberry Pis and other systems to basically, in what we call basically, generally it's termed as Internet of Things, right? So the collection of all those devices connected onto the internet is what forms the Internet of Things. And in the TinyML things, we're basically trying to do predictive maintenance, which is predictive maintenance is monitoring trying to control the quality and the performance of systems that are in use, right? So if they have a system that monitors the quality of the tea leaves in the, let me say, in their TS state. So what predictive maintenance does is it's going to keep on monitoring their systems, using machine learning to monitor their systems. I hope you can all hear me. So we're trying to deploy machine learning models to try and monitor the quality of the tea leaves so that you can progressively improve the output and the yield of the tea estate. And in disease control, you still have the same kind of systems. You're deploying machine learning algorithms to try and monitor and keep track of the spread of diseases within, let me say, a given plantation. If it's cassava, if it's maize, you're trying to look out for things like the armyworms, right? The fall armyworms. So you're deploying machine learning algorithms, let me say, on devices, on devices such as drones, right? There are some farms that have drones. So a drone is an edge device. It has a camera attached. So periodically, let me say every 2 weeks, a technician will run the drone across the farm. And what is it doing? It's monitoring it's looking out for defects or diseases on the leaves of the maize plants. And what they get is the data. When they get the data they'll help them to improve. How do they improve? They'll go and the technician will alert the farm managers, and what the farm managers do is go and spray so that the fall armyworms, for example, do not spread out to other plants. So in that way you easily contain the diseases through early detection. And then another example of the predictive maintenance would be in factories, right? The factories that, let me say, manufacture steel. So in the steel, you're trying to monitor defects. So first of all, in the steel that you're producing, and defects in the machines that produce the steel. So what you will do is, you'll still, let me say, deploy the machine. You'll have, let me say, cameras along a production line. So what those cameras are doing is they're capturing either videos or images of the surfaces of the production line. So if it's, let me say, if it's metal, you're going to get the images of the steel, and then you run them through your algorithm. And what is it going to do? It will tell you, it will try to predict the probability that a given steel metal is defective or the quality is okay, it's non-defective. And then also you're trying to monitor the state of the machines that are going to produce that steel. So if it has a defect, let me say if it has a crack, then maybe that is going to lead to slight defects in the resultant steel that is going to be produced. So what happens is, so instead of you having people that look out daily, and of course the human eye is prone to errors, right? And so you cannot monitor this, your machines 24/7. So, but you can deploy the cameras to easily do the work for you. So what you do is you'll have a person sitting on a computer instead, and then continuously runs those checks with the help of the algorithms and the data that is captured by the cameras. So we have, that was a bit of the machine learning in TinyML, or the Internet of Things. And then we also have machine learning in finance. what we call fintech, financial technology, right? So currently you have a boom in cryptocurrencies and then cryptocurrency trade, right? There's a boom in forex trading. And these two fields are data intensive fields, right? There are many, what we call, let me go a bit into it, technical terms. When you're trading, there is what is called an order book, right? An order book is a set of buy and sell orders from different people, right? So because an area like cryptocurrency is highly volatile, that means the prices of a given token or item fluctuate over time and quickly. Today, Bitcoin is going to be, let me say, $48,000. And then after lunch, it's going to be probably $46,000. That's the volatility we are talking about. So where does machine learning come in here? So people are always trying to maximize profits, right? They're trying to find out what are the best times to buy a certain token and what are the best times to sell it off so that you make profit and minimize your losses. Others are using it to manage their portfolios. So a portfolio is basically, you have, let me call it a wallet, where you have a set of assets. So if it's cryptocurrency, you'll have a number of cryptocurrencies or tokens that you probably buying into. If you have Bitcoin, then you have Ether, and then you have probably something like Dogecoin, which are the more popular tokens currently. So if you have those, portfolio management is you're trying to always look out for areas to maximize the profits in those tokens while also minimizing your losses. So what you'll do is you're going to build predictive algorithms, that's machine learning, to pull out data from what we call brokers. So a brokerage is like that kind of, let me call it a company that provides real-time trading of financial data from various trades. So you're always trying to fetch data from brokerages, and then because it's way too much and it's produced on a continuous basis and in real time, you cannot analyze that using your naked eye or using a number of people. So what you'll do is you're always trying to build software to analyze that data for you and then spit out insights that will help you to know at what time do I sell my given tokens so that I do not make losses when the prices go down. And what time do I buy into the given token, right? So you're always trying to look out for those insights. And that's where machine learning will come in to help. So with all that data that is collected from brokerages, you can build a machine learning algorithm or machine learning algorithms with it. And then you try to predict at what time, or you try to predict, as here it says, it's volatility. You're trying to predict the probability that a given token is going to fluctuate in price, or at what given time will it like fluctuate? Is it likely to fluctuate so that you can sell? So if you build your algorithm, let me say you've deployed a decision tree algorithm like XGBoost or logistic regression. So you're trying to feed it with data from brokerages, that's order data, and then you try to predict at what time is it likely to fluctuate in price. And so if you bought at, let me say, at a lower price, and currently the price is slightly higher. So if it's going to fluctuate and probably drop, if you anticipate a dip in price, you want to sell so that you get the profits there, and then you buy when it has dipped. That way you're not making losses. Okay, then we have machine learning in healthcare. So in healthcare, we have someone did a project, I think the first speaker did mention a project related to health, right? 10. Yeah, okay, so let's wrap it up with these two. So in healthcare, you have applications such as disease detection still. You're trying to apply machine learning algorithms to do cancer detection, detect tumors within probably x-rays, whether chest or brain x-rays. You're trying to look out and automatically analyze those radiographs or x-rays to look out for defects or tumors in cancer, or you look out for cancerous cells. So actually, this has had quite a bit of success, and hospitals in various countries are using such kinds of algorithms to help them detect, but not only detect diseases, but also predict the progression of the diseases. If it's cancer, cancer is a progressive disease, right? It has stages. So you're trying to predict, you're getting x-rays of a given person at a time t, and then you'll also try to predict what it will look like or how the tumor will have progressed in the future, so that you can devise means to keep it at bay or devise treatments for that given patient. Then we have machine learning in cybersecurity. It can be applied for threat hunting. Threat hunting, that is, you're always looking out for likely loopholes within probably a network that an attacker will, use to enter into a system and then compromise the integrity of the system. And then we'll have, so a typical machine learning workflow is something like this. You'll have, what makes machine learning is data, right? So always the first step is you'll need data. So in a typical machine learning workflow is you'll have to first collect, read, and load your data, preprocess it, and then feed it into, train that algorithm on the collected data. And then after you've trained the next phase will be to deploy it, whether on edge to do your agricultural crop monitoring, whether on, let me say, in a hospital system to do your cancer tumor detection from radiographs, and then you deploy it into active service. So this is a TensorFlow typical pipeline. TensorFlow is a machine learning framework that you can use to build and develop machine learning algorithms. So I think I'll leave it at that. Thank you for being a very accommodative audience.
Another round of applause for our speaker, you guys. Okay, thank you so much for that. I'm pretty sure we've all learned a lot. So next, this is how it's going to be done. So the
Tell me where you are. I'm starving, baby, senfenjala. Newo be wala, jakutambula, baby, jakusenguka. Oh, I don't mean to crave for somebody else. Only you I'm yearning for, widely. So don't mistake my words for lust or playing
Hope you're all doing well. Hi, Macquarie University. Hope you're all doing well. Speaking to you is GDSC lead for Macquarie University. GDSC is Google Developer Student Clubs in full, and they are in 106 countries and over 1,250 of them. Their main aim is to bridge the gap between theory and practice and help students that are interested in learning Google developer technologies be able to learn, connect with other developers, and also grow regardless of whether they are from a tech or a non-tech background. And today we have some really exciting news for you.
In 2022, GDS IMUK will be expected to participate in the Solution Challenge. The Solution Challenge is an annual global competition organized by Google where all GDSC chapters around the world are expected to participate. They will be solving one of the 17 Sustainable Development Goals of the UN, and they will be able to win prizes.
A team should be composed of a maximum of 4 members, and at least one member of a group should be part of the Google Developer Student Club, Macquarie University, and we encourage you to promote gender balance and register as many groups so as to represent Macquarie University and Uganda at large.
While working in your teams, ensure that your solutions are solving practical community problems. Take a look around your community. There is poverty, there is unemployment, there is flooding, there is gender inequality. So as you look for solutions and work in your teams, make sure that you are solving a practical community problem.
Please ensure to use some of the Google Developer technologies while implementing your solutions. These may include Kotlin for Android development, Flutter for multi-platform development, Firebase, Cloud, Web, TensorFlow, and many others that you may be interested in.
Your project should be able to address one or more of the UN Sustainable Development Goals of your choice, like no poverty, zero hunger, quality education, and many others.
There will be 10 finalists for the 2022 Solution Challenge. These finalists will receive a number of rewards and benefits. They will receive a 1-year subscription from Pluralsight and Swag. They will also receive additional mentorship from Google itself. On top of this, they will be featured on the Google Developers blog and a demo day live on YouTube.
And the top 3 finalists who will be selected from the top 10 will receive prizes from the top 10 category alongside a Chromebook and a coffee chat with a Google executive.
Let's solve problems in our communities using the Google technologies. Trust yourself, trust the process, and most importantly, trust your team. In order to join the next year's Solution Challenge, please register with us at the Google Developers community. Be safe, observe the standard operating procedures. Thank you, high people, specifically Mr. Innocent Kaoya and his team, for the so many young people's lives that they have transformed, specifically the young girls in the fintech space. He deserves a Nobel Peace Prize. And
thank you, Crane Cloud, specifically Mr. Engineer Bainom Gisha, for your generous support and mentorship.
Hi, Macquarie University. Hope you're all doing well. Speaking to you is GDSC lead for Macquarie University. GDSC is Google Developer Student Clubs in full, and they are in 106 countries and over 1,250 of them. Their main aim is to bridge the gap between theory and practice and help students that are interested in learning Google developer technologies be able to learn, connect with other developers, and also grow regardless of whether they are from a tech or a non-tech background. And today we have some really exciting news for you.
In 2022, GDS IMUK will be expected to participate in the Solution Challenge. The Solution Challenge is an annual global competition organized by Google where all GDSC chapters around the world are expected to participate. They will be solving one of the 17 Sustainable Development Goals of the UN, and they will be able to win prizes.
A team should be composed of a maximum of 4 members, and at least one member of a group should be part of the Google Developer Student Club, Macquarie University, and we encourage you to promote gender balance and register as many groups so as to represent Macquarie University and Uganda at large.
While working in your teams, ensure that your solutions are solving practical community problems. Take a look around your community. There is poverty, there is unemployment, there is flooding, there is gender inequality. So as you look for solutions and work in your teams, make sure that you are solving a practical community problem.
Please ensure to use some of the Google Developer technologies while implementing your solutions. These may include Kotlin for Android development, Flutter for multi-platform development, Firebase, Cloud, Web, TensorFlow, and many others that you may be interested in.
Your project should be able to address one or more of the UN Sustainable Development Goals of your choice, like no poverty, zero hunger, quality education, and many others.
There will be 10 finalists for the 2022 Solution Challenge. These finalists will receive a number of rewards and benefits. They will receive a one-year subscription from Pluralsight and Swag. They will also receive additional mentorship from Google itself. On top of this, they will be featured on the Google Developers blog and a demo day live on YouTube.
And the top 3 finalists who will be selected from the top 10 will receive prizes from the top 10 category alongside a Chromebook and a coffee chat with a Google executive.
Let's solve problems in our communities using the Google technologies. Trust yourself, trust the process, and most importantly, trust your team. In order to join the next year's Solution Challenge, please register with us at the Google Developers community. Be safe, observe the standard operative procedures.
Thank you,
our
people.
specifically Mr. Innocent Kaoya and his team, for the so many young people's lives that they have transformed, specifically the young girls in the fintech space. He deserves a Nobel Peace Prize. And
Thank you, Crane Cloud, specifically Mr. Engineer Bainomugisha, for your generous support and mentorship.
You say you got me, but I know say you the lie with the look in your eyes. Stop acting funny. Sure you know they pick my call, I don't call you 10 times. Yeah, I love you, even when I don't say you the lie. No, yeah, I miss you, even when I don't say you the wrong. No, should I because of Jennifer? Now she they do the da Jennifer. Oh, I'm looking for that girl called Jennifer. Now she is spoiling your mind like a Lucifer. Hey, 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 Jennifer. Say I'm looking for that girl called Jennifer. Now she they do the da Jennifer. Oh, I'm looking for that girl called Jennifer. Hey, hey, hey. Forget it, that Jennifer, she be casting over. She dey put sun for my career. Come rain, come sun, I go love you better. But Jennifer, the lies, she just want your money. She be cara shika, and she go give you fever. If you look into her eyes, you go notice she's a wizard. I see the fire on her, you know something.
DJ Kenny. DJ Kenny.
You know our love was meant to be the kind of love to last forever. And I want you here with me from tonight until the end of time. You see my room everywhere I go, always on my mind, in my heart, in my soul. Baby, you're the meaning in my life. You're the inspiration. Bring feeling time. You'll be mine. I love you. Is all that you can say. Years gone by and still words don't come easily. Like I love you, I love you. What you can say, face it. Baby, can I hold you tonight? Just baby, if I told you the right words at the right time. You were there for me, you love and care for me when skies were gray. Baby, can I was down, you were always there to comfort me. No one else can be what you have been to me. You will always be, you will always be the girl in my life for all time. Mama, mama, you know I love you. Ooh, you know I love you, mama. Mama, you're the queen of my heart. Your love is like tears from the stars. They say, Mama, I just want you to know, loving you is like food to my soul. Yes it is, yes it is. Oh, yes it is. Yes it is, yes it is. Oh, you're always down for me, have always been around for me, even when I was bad. You showed me right from my wrongs. Yes you did, and you took up for me when everyone was down on me. You always did understand. You gave me strength to go on. There were so many times looking back when I was so afraid, and then you come to me and say to me I could face anything, and no one else can do what you've done for me. You'll always be, you will always be the girl in my life. Ooh, oh, mama. Mama, you know I love you. You know I love you. You know I love you. Shadows fall before my eyes.
Hey guys, while you eat, make sure you're satisfied. Make sure you eat food. If you feel you're not satisfied, go for more food. We have plenty of food. So please do not get shy, do not feel shy, go for food. So if you have, someone may be having a girlfriend here and they're saying, okay, this one will see that I'm eating too much, go for food. Just a minute. So we're going to be having a very interesting session after this. I believe we should be having our panelists probably may have, could be done with eating. And because we're really time bad, we're going to have just a few minutes. Then we can have the panelists come decide and we proceed. But as I mentioned, go for food. So let's give ourselves just a few more minutes. We shall let you know.
from me and used it selfishly. You did not give back your love to me at all. I gave the sun to you. You said it was too bright. I gave you time but the rain. You said they didn't shine. I gave my world to you. You said it's not enough. What in the world could I have done to make you feel so right? You do me right. I don't even wanna talk to you. I don't even wanna hear you speak my name. It's you do me right. Only wrong is gonna come to you, yeah. Nothing good is gonna come to you. Change your ways until you change your evil ways. Girl, I was there for you, someone you could talk to. How could you just keep breaking my heart? What did I do to you to make it so cruel? I don't understand why you've been so wrong. I tried to be your strength. You said I was too strong. I tried to compromise so we could get along. I gave my love to you despite your evil ways. I guess it's clear to me there's only one thing left to say. You do me right. I don't even wanna talk to you. No, babe. I don't even wanna hear you speak my name now, baby. You do me right. Only one is gonna come to you, girl. Nothing good is gonna come to you. Change your ways until you change your evil ways. There's a time when you're dancing with me inside your heart. It's telling you there's nobody here. It's just you and me. It's where I wanna be. And I hardly know. There's beauty by my side. I'll never forget the way you look tonight. I've never seen you looking so gorgeous as you did tonight. I've never seen you shine so bright. You were amazing. Never seen so many people want to be there by your side. And when you turned to me and smiled, it took my breath away. I have never had such a feeling of complete and utter love as I do tonight. Lady in red is dancing with me, cheek to cheek. There's nobody here. It's just you and me. It's where I wanna be. waiting for you, oh baby, to pull back the door. Take me by the hand, lead me through. This whole world is a stranger to me. Now you have opened my heart to everything. I've been looking for the earth and my feet. I've been looking for the sun in the sky. I've been looking for the falling rain. Oh, oh, oh. I've been looking for the heart that could break. I've been looking for the dreams that we share. I've been looking for the falling rain. Oh, oh, oh. Whisper in a dream, you walk softly into my life. With love and sweet emotion. Heavens open every time you smile. And when I come to her, that's where I belong. Yet I'm running to her like a river song. Give me love, 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 like crazy love. She give me love, 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 crazy love. She got a fine sense of humor when I'm feeling low down. Yet when I come to her, when the sun goes down, she takes away my troubles. Takes away my grief.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back from that little power break. So I'm going to need the team that has the video about the developer ecosystem to probably come forward, because we're going to have that before we have the Women Tech Makers panel. So Brooke, wherever you are, this is a shout out. Please get here. Thank you.
Yes, I need her in the daytime, and I need her in the night. Wanna hold her, my arms around her, kiss and hug tight. Let me kiss all your tears away. You can stay in my arms now. And I know I can make you believe again. I walk where you can run through fire. I search for reasons, and baby you inspire. But I know somebody hurt you, and I know you really need a friend. Well, you can take my hand. Gonna stand by your side now. Let me kiss all your tears away. You can stay in my arms now. And I know I can make you believe again. When you feel like you can't go
Okay, I see the team is taking quite a while. So next on the agenda is the Women Tech Makers panel, and that's going to be led by Janet Namri. Yes, and she's the Women Tech Makers Kampala lead. Janet, I hope you're ready.
My name is Solomon Opio, and I'm the Tech Community Lead at the Innovation Village. The DevScape report shares insights into the Uganda developer landscape, what we're calling the DevScape, the 2021 report. So it also helps us unlock the potential of developers within the ecosystem. And that means also guiding companies and helping them to understand the availability of tech talent and how to, help them improve in terms of skill and employment. First of all, we see that the technology space is growing. Uganda is seen to be having about 11,000 developers. When you look at a report done by Andela in 2019, we can see that we had only 16% of female developers within the Uganda ecosystem. And that means the other 84% were men. So in this new report, we can see that numbers have improved. In 2021, we had up to 23% of women developers within the ecosystem. And that has reduced the number of men to 79%. For us, that's really something great. We also see that developers in Uganda are young. An average developer is 27 years of age. 65% of these developers have coded for less than 5 years. A developer in this category wrote their first line of code, say 3 years ago, 2 years ago. That means you cannot find developers who are experienced within this ecosystem. And therefore, for those who are looking for talent, that should inform us that when you're looking for the most experienced developer, you're most likely not going to find one. That means we have to develop the talent that we have at the moment, a majority being the junior developers, help them get to where they want to be, and that's when we can begin seeing experienced developers. Again, there are certain technologies which have, stood a test of time. You can see that technologies like CSS and HTML are still top, followed by things like JavaScript. Then we get to, Python. One other thing we see is that a great number of developers prefer to work outside Uganda because they see a better pay out there. So how can we retain such numbers in Uganda? Those are some of the things we need to look at, to help us improve what we have in the country. When organizations and companies utilize the facts that we have from the DevScape, then we shall improve the quality of developers within the ecosystem, we shall see more people, getting jobs in Uganda and even beyond. The educators, let's try and understand what kind of technologies developers want to learn, what is trending within the tech world, and also help them, give them the right talent that can help them be in the best place to find a job.
Okay, I think that's been finally done, thankfully. So we always encourage women to join technology. There are too few of us in this sphere, and it makes for a lonely place. But with more of us in the space, the collaboration is much better, the comfort is much better, things move on much faster when we understand each other just as well. And even when people see things from our point of view, designing things for as many people as possible is much better, because now you understand how difficult it is if you do something a certain way. So that's why, again, we have a community such as Women Tech Makers. Without further ado, I'm going to welcome Janet and Namri to introduce to us the panelists. Yes. From the Women Tech Makers panel today.
Okay, hi everyone. I want the energy. We've just from lunch, right? So I'm called Janet Namutebi Anameri, and I'm a software engineer, currently working with the FCU Bank. And then also, I'm also a co-lead of the Gidigi Cloud Kampala and the lead of Women Tech Makers Kampala. Now, besides me, I hope you will see them, probably the camera project, a panel of well-composed personnels in tech. I'll begin with my left, with the lady called Joanne Nachange. I hope I'm getting it right. She's a director of the Python Foundation, and she's also a software engineer, as well as an aeronautic engineer. Welcome on board. Then the other one is called Okot Ernest. That one, I don't know what to say. He's the founder of 3X Tech founder with 8 years of experience in tech. And I hope you're going to engage more with him and then see how we can maybe pick from his experiences. Then here on my side, I hope the cameras project, I have Rachel Rantali. She's a business entrepreneur. Is it even there? She's a business stroke and entrepreneur. And the same applies to Rachel, Angela. Sorry. Sorry about that. The same applies to Angela, Mirembe, Semogele. So the two, I mentioned them at once simply because they have something similar, and you'll get to know why. For Rachel, she has some quite good experience in business and mentorship, and I hope that we'll learn much more from from her. Then we go to Angela. She has some good experience in mentorship as well, as far as development is concerned. And then you go ahead and also in mentoring girls. She's the founder of Coding in Hills, as well as she's also a member of the Uganda, so how do you call it? A moment. Of the Ugandan National Task Force on Emerging Technologies. I think that will be quite a good constituted panel for us to engage from. So without, can I get another microphone? So I'll ask each one of them to introduce themselves. Probably I've said less about them, but I'm pretty sure they really have much prepared for us on the table. Let me begin with Rachel, as the second microphone is coming.
I'm supposed to just make... Okay, hi, I'm Rachel Wantale. They've told me to introduce myself, express very fast.
I'm the CEO and founder of Imali, and Imali, we offer business support services for startups, MSCs, and SMEs. From the time someone is an egg up to the time they're able to hatch and become a chicken. That's the summary of our services.
Can you please share with us the years of experience?
If I say the years of experience, people will say I'm very old. So if you want to know my years of experience, follow me on LinkedIn. I'm not going to say it here, but there are many.
Hi everyone, my name is Angela Mirembe Samogere. I am the founder of Coding in Heels. I'm a general manager for Speed Africa, which is an IT company, overall IT company. I'm on the National Task Force for the 4IR, Uganda National Task Force for the 4IR. And I'm an alumni of the IVLP, which is the International Visitors Leadership Program under the US Embassy.
So could you mind sharing like your experience actually in how you're mentoring girls in Coding in Heels?
Okay, well, Coding in Heels was really started out of me having a passion for the IT industry and struggling to see many women having the same passion as I have. So Coding in Heels was really birthed to encourage. Now we call it pulling teeth to force women to join technology, because I think as we realized during this COVID era that being in an IT sector is not an option. I don't know how many people here, your offices were locked overnight and you went home. It's so unfortunate. Some women went home, they didn't have laptops at home, they didn't have data at home, they didn't have the internet, and they were just stuck like for 3 months. And we'd been preaching the gospel of begin to embrace technology, because you never know when it's going to come knocking at your door.
Okay, thank you. Let me forward the mic to...
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Joanna Nanjeche, and I'm a software developer. My background is software engineering. I started from Makerere University. I'm also an aeronautical engineer. I started from Kenya Aeronautical College. I also fly aircrafts over the weekend for fun. So that's what I do for fun. So in terms of, I'm a big advocate for open source software, and I'm a software developer. And I'm an open source software developer. In open source, I maintain Python. I'm one of the core developers of the Python programming language, together with Guido and 90 other core developers in the world. And so I am happy that there are some Python developers here, but I'm also on the board of directors for the Python Software Foundation, where we make decisions about how to make Python relevant, but also ensure the language is facilitated to be relevant to the world. So in short, that's what I do. Thank you.
Oh, thank you so much. Next is Ernest.
Wow, it's so hard to come after that. I have no idea what to even say. Yeah, so good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ernest Ukot. I am a software engineer, first and foremost. I've been coding for some time. I guess maybe not as long as her, but yes, and I am also an entrepreneur. I have founded about 3 tech companies. I have no idea if any of you has heard of a small company called Safari Share that is for sharing rides. And I'm also now running a business called Medex International. We provide lab information systems to some of the COVID labs in Uganda. Yeah, but I'm very happy to be here and to talk about this very interesting topic of how to get more women involved in technology.
Okay, thank you so much, Ernest. I think I will start with you. Thank you for that. Looking at the main purpose of this panel, like I told you earlier, we were looking at how your experiences you've gone through to great careers in tech. Now, starting with you, Ernest, what inspired you to join technology? How did you start?
Yeah, I think I was very fascinated by computers from an early age, and we used to play games on them. But then I realized you could actually like create stuff, and I mean, I was always very interested in things like math and physics, and like creating things, or like solving problems in the world using technology. So I guess I was drawn towards being a software engineer.
Okay, so moving around, like now most of us, our audience, they are campus students, and others are graduates, and others are already in work, like work experience. So could you tell for you when you joined, let's say for example, some of them joined tech while at work, others are joining tech because they are doing a course forcing them into technology, yes, and then others maybe you did it a course because maybe you have your sister, your brother forcing you into the thing. So anything in relation to that?
I mean, I guess tech right now is one of the most interesting things to be in. So like, I guess it doesn't matter how you end up in tech. If you do end up there, like there are so many ways to contribute. Like it doesn't have to be like coding. There's being like a project manager, there's being like product managers. There are things to do with Scrum, right? You could be the person who drives the team to code and like deliver features faster. So like, I guess any role you can play in technology right now can be good for you, can be good for the world. So yeah, just dive in. Like, I guess it doesn't matter how you end up in it.
Well, I think that has been some quite good advice for us. I don't know if some of us fall in the same category. Now let me move on to Joanna. For her, being quite an experienced developer, I'm just looking at to know of all the programming languages that we have, why did you choose Python?
So Python was the first language I studied in Makerere. So to some degree, I did not choose it at first, but I didn't like it after I studied it because of the material was delivered then. So I didn't like Python initially. But after some time, I learned Ruby from ThoughtWorks at some point. ThoughtWorks used to be a company here. And then after some time, they still taught me Python there. And then I loved Python because of its simplicity, the simplicity of syntax. But also at the time, Python had a lot of libraries, and I liked specifically Django then because I was trying to do websites at that time, and Django had an MVC sort of way of doing websites that I liked. So that's why I loved Python then. Yeah.
Wow. So moving on, are there any other languages you love besides Python?
My favorite language is not Python, but I'm not saying it today. For now, Python is my best language. Yeah.
Okay, let me move the mic to this side. So let's have Rachel. I even don't know where to start from. But yes, I would just love to know how you started to venture into business.
So venturing into business. I think I started venturing into business when I was 6 years old. I was making some donuts and taking to a nearby shop. And also because I loved money. But yes, I loved money, yes. And the reason I did it actually was to buy a beer because I saw the adverts on TV. The advert on TV would show beer, and the beer looked really, really nice. And I was like, I must take this. I must test this and find out how good this really is. I won't tell you that I are still. You have to go to my LinkedIn. And I was able to buy the beer, and I hated the taste. To date, I cannot take beer. To date, I cannot take beer. I took it at such an early age. But I've said that because you see the importance of IT, the influence it has on a child. On my part, of course, that time it was TV. TV was something which was visual, and it made me work towards taking a beer. I saw the donors to be able to afford a beer. Now, starting business on my part, I always want to do it, but I did not have guidance. So I had to go down, fall, get up, fall, get up, fall, get up. And in that process, I learned a lot about every different sector in Uganda and also other places outside Uganda. So I understand the small aspects of business. So I realized that since this is the problem I have, I can go into mentorship because other people do not have to fall down the way I did, and I can offer them resources to reduce the time they waste starting a business when they have no idea what you're supposed to do. And so I offer strategies, I offer processes which help these businesses thrive. And yes, to date we've raised good capital. I'm not going to say the price still. Very, very good capital for small-scale enterprises, for startups and MSCs in Uganda. Thank you.
Thank you for that. I think I will draw the lines to there. When I look at your experience and from what you just said, I think business is in blood. So I'm looking at how you managed to bring in business and bring it into tech, and what made you get interested in tech business?
Oh, okay, now, number one, which we should all know, we are right now in the 4th industrial revolution, and the 4th industrial revolution is related to technology. And the reason why we as Africans are lagging behind is because we missed the industrial revolution. So in this time where we have tech, we have to look at the different sectors which really have to be improved, especially in Uganda. Things like logistics, agriculture, health. And you will notice that most techs, most startups which decide to go into those 3 sectors, somehow they prosper. This, you know, people who do PhDs do this research. I did something in development economics, but you start understanding why right now it's essential for everyone to be interested in information technology, because in the next, even right now we are really lagging behind. And you'll find that big tech people like Jeff Bezos have invested in Ugandan farms. And I think, which one is that? What's that? Is it Cheaper Cash? Yeah. He invested over 100 million in that. What does that show? That there is market, but what happens is that we are not able to do research. We just get an idea and you're like, let me start this. This is what I want to do. But before you implement anything in IT, you have to understand the problem that people are facing. And that's mainly in agriculture. I'll be honest, in agriculture, logistics, and health. And you find that, as I said before, most tech people who have created solutions within these sectors have been able to make money because they've gone into sectors which are really important and which will really grow us as Uganda, as Africa. So I would encourage all of you to come up with solutions that are needed, not solutions that you want.
I think that's been a perfect, good piece of information. Just before I go to Angela, one last question of this. Is that where Imali comes in?
Oh, so Imali, first of all, Oh, in relation of Imali to tech, okay. I would say tech comes in Imali because, first of all, we use it, especially in the accounting. But remember, we are a consulting firm. We are doing consultancy. But on our part, it has been to help entrepreneurs implement solutions which are applicable to the market, solutions which can help them earn money. So in tech, of course, we are working with some few entrepreneurs currently, and I also go to the part of women entrepreneurs. I want to show that difference. We've worked with male and female entrepreneurs. So we noticed that on the part of female entrepreneurs, there may be an imposter syndrome. They don't really want to go out there. Yet when the men come in, they're like, yes, this is grand, this is a grand design, and we want to go out there. And we are really encouraging each of our clients to employ IT into their business, because right now, business has to be transparent. So Imali is not an IT company, no. But we work with people engaged in the IT sector and also encourage people to implement IT into their businesses.
Okay, thank you so much for that. Let's hand over the mic to Angie. Angie, I also need some, you already shared your experience of how you started, but then I want to know why you thought of coding in heels.
You know, with entrepreneurship, most people always say, I came up with a big idea, did a business plan, went to a hub. Now, I'd like to admit that I'm not an entrepreneur. Actually, coding in heels is something that ran away from me just because of social media. If you want to understand the power of social media, look at my life. I had no desire whatsoever. My family knows. I have no desire to be at the front of the stage. I have no desire to be out there. But all I used to do was get invited to speak here, and I'd just post. Post. Before I knew it, the thing started growing bigger than me. You know, my mom would laugh, and she's like, are you the same person I see on social media? Because she'd know I'm a person who just stays in my room and studies. I'm on YouTube, researching stuff. So now here I was, I'd walk into like Game or ShopRite, and people are like, oh my God, I know you. So it was never my intention to say that I wanted to start this thing and blow it up. For me, I was just agitated because I was working for a company and we had a project with Google, and that was to provide digital skills. And so, of course, with that came me training, and as it is in every IT sector, you have 80 guys, 20 girls, even worse, 90 guys, 2 girls, you know. So it always bothered me. Even in training, you'd be like, okay guys, so who wants to volunteer? And the guys would always volunteer, and the girls would be like, they start pretending like they're looking for something. So I was very perturbed because I knew, okay, for me, it was a culture shock because I've lived in 5 countries. So I kept wondering, what is the problem with the ladies? Because when you find them on their own, they're very loud, they're very expressive, but when it comes to calling out someone and saying, can you stand up and do this, then they can't speak, right? So I was like, why are so many women not participating? That thing really bothered me, and I kind of had a background because even when I was in school, even the teachers would dismiss us because we were 3 in a class. And then he'd talk and say, okay, now we're going to look at JavaScript. And then one of the girls would be like, sir, I don't understand. And he'd roll his eyes, like we were an inconvenience in his class. So I realized that the issue with women not joining is not so much that we're not intelligent. It's not so much that we don't have the capacity. But I think our self-esteem plays a role. You know, guys are very confident. He can very confidently put up his hand and completely say the wrong answer, but he's very confidently saying it. But a woman might have the right answer, but she's second-guessing herself. Do you think I should put my hand up? Do you think if I say it, I'll be abused? So for me, it was like, okay, we need to create a safe space for women to feel comfortable and say, guys, this HTML, I don't understand it. What is HTTPS?
So that was my desire, to create an environment where women were free to be women and express what they don't know and what they know without that pressure of, is my male counterpart watching me?
I think this goes back to the audience. Do you have self-esteem? Can you express yourself in case you're having a challenge? Yes, we'll see. Then I think from what you've just shared, I really find it, having passed through similar experiences, you be in classes, and I'm sure even you will see it, and you're in a group of a lecturer, I'm writing out to the students, you presenting something to the lecturer, and then intentionally, some of them don't want even to hear that the girl is the one presenting, right? And then others, because they know, in the group where there is one girl, the other boys must have done the work. So what the teacher does, they pick out the lady to present. And then the boys are like, I'm doomed, we are failing. And the teacher wants only one person to present. You've seen that? So now I think going back to that, looking at how by the time someone is also already a member of the Uganda National Task Force on emerging technologies, I think that's quite also good, should I say, a good level of expertise. So from all this, what do you really, how can you really encourage ladies out there to say, hey, you can really do it, some advice that you can really give them, you can do it, because I'm sure some of them, or some of us, we normally tend to say no. If a boy is there, I can't apply, like you said. Actually, there's even a recent report I shared, it was a TED Speak. The lady quoted and said that a boy can apply to a job even though he knows 40% of what has been asked. And a girl will always want to apply for a job where she thinks she has 100%. That is actually, I think, wrong. We should change that narrative, right?
Yeah, I think first of all, when people say, oh, I want to do what you do, it's possible. But like I said, it wasn't like I have a 5-year plan. But what I can tell you is I sacrificed a lot. While people were going to Javas and I don't even know the clubs in this town. Okay, they've not been open for 2 years. But someone would tell me, oh, you've been to Brink or whatever. And I'm like, where? Oh my gosh, Angie, where do you go? I'd be in my room studying. And by studying, I'm not talking about coursework and what? Trends. How many of us here watch Bloomberg daily? Daily, yeah? Not daily? How many here watch video, should we call them vloggers, who specifically talk about, let's say, international markets?
Any?
Bloomberg Tech? One person, yeah? I spend at least 3 hours a day, just going through all this on YouTube, every day. What's happening in Bloomberg? What's happening in CBS, CNBC? What does the Maverick of Wall Street have to say? What's happening in BOU? Guys, there's nothing more embarrassing than getting to the top of, okay, you miraculously find yourself in a conference and you find yourself with the ministers and the Mutebides, and they start a conversation and you are completely like what are they talking about? At one point I told my mom, I have to learn so many things that it doesn't matter if I'm speaking to the Pope, if I'm speaking to the Dalai Lama, if I'm speaking to Mandela. Someone was talking about neurons today, and I studied neurology for about 3 months, just. But unfortunately, I don't even know what's on local TV these days. Those days I could refer to Salvador and all that. I'd be like, you guys, stop watching Salvador. But right now, I don't even know what's happening in the world of television. I don't know. So when you ask me, can you do it? Just look where you want to be, right? Suss out who are the people who hang out in that area.
If you want to be in parliament, who are the people who are, okay, you've identified them. What do they do in their spare time? What do they know? What do they talk about? Besides politics, what do they talk about? Because it's one thing to be like, oh, I always tell people there's a difference between goal setting and wishful thinking. And most of us are wishful thinkers. One day I want to be big. What does that mean? What is big to you? Because what big is to you might be small to me. If you're like, I want to become like her, like she's a great software developer, ask her, what steps did you take? Give yourself a time frame. Begin to, where she goes, track her down. You know, if you find out she likes to sit at Cafe Seri for ice cream on Saturdays, start stalking her, for crying out loud. Huh? You're asking me what I did to get that. That I used to stalk. I don't know if it's okay now, but let me tell you, when you see me like on my social media and I'm with like the ambassador of US, the French ambassador, guys, I didn't wake up one day, I'm like, and I just found myself in the room. No.
It's a process,
It's
right?
a process. You're on the verge of being sane and insane. People don't quite know when you're like, I'm going to go and look for this person. They'll call you insane. It's okay.
Okay, I think if you notice from these two, from what they have just shared, it's a matter of time and effort. She tried every business. You remember what she said? Try it out, fail, come up. She's throwing herself everywhere. Do this, learn this, do this. So this goes back to us. Are you doing something upon your career? Or you want to go, I don't know what to refer to maybe anyway. Or you also want to go maybe just be on Facebook, Twitter, guys who abuse Facebook, the commenters on every post. It's a take from you. Thank you. Let me begin with him again. Now, Ernest, you being on the panel, I'm pretty sure the men inside the room are feeling represented. Yes, so do you have any advice you'd love to encourage them? Because I think from what you shared with 8 years experience, it's really some good time, really put in to be where you are. So I think you could, if you mind sharing some advice.
Yeah, I would like to stay on the topic while I offer my advice. And I'm going to first tell you guys a few things just to like make you appreciate like the role of women in tech, right? So my first exposure to HTML, like I was exposed to HTML, must have been in P7. I was looking at some notes that my mom was actually using to teach like at a university, like she was teaching HTML. So my first introduction to technology was through my mom, right? So and she's the one who actually taught me some of the first HTML tags since she was teaching. So like I think she has played a very huge role in my career. Of course, I have learned most of it through school and through like through personal learning, but that first step was from her, right? And then also in my professional career, I have been mentored by very many people, but one of the most important mentors I've had was actually a lady called she was called I think she was called Fernanda, right? Like at one of the companies I worked at. And she taught me a lot of stuff. So I do think that women have a big role to play in technology. But then of course, as an entrepreneur, I have hired lots of developers within Uganda here. And like so many people have either consulted me or have worked with me on a project or two. And like one of the most persistent problems we keep seeing is we have underrepresentation of women, right? Most girls don't go into tech to begin with. But I think that is changing like very quickly through like initiatives like hers. And what I can say to all the women who are in the room is please come, we need you, all right? We need like that, I think there's a way in which women think that is different from men. And I think it's missing in our technology ecosystem right now, right? So I would encourage all the women. Yeah, I think we have very few like female developers in our ecosystem right now. And actually, I am looking to hire like developers. So if you are a female developer, I can introduce you to people in the ecosystem. Myself, I'm also looking to hire people. So we are very open. I guess in fact we prefer women engineers at the moment, right? So yeah, but to the guys as well, yeah, like we need to like create a space. I think you've heard all the complaints that we are like getting from women about how they feel in the workplace. And one of my mentors, like he was looking at my team and seeing how like underrepresented like women were, and he told me that, hey, Ernest, you have to be you have to be deliberate about having women on your team. It's not something that will happen like magically, right? Especially since they're underrepresented, you have to go like you have to go beyond what you'd normally do. And the same thing that I would like to say to guys, like you have to be like deliberate about creating a conducive space, right? Like to make it a place that is like if you're a founder or if you're an engineer, you should make your company like the kind of company that women want to work at. If you want to create that kind of a diverse work, I guess work community, right? So yeah, I think that's what I want to share, like in terms of advice to all the tech people in here, while staying on topic. Yeah.
I think one or two from there. First, you need a mentor. Do you have a mentor? You could not be speaking with them, I think, physically like he has. Definitely, first, our mentors are our relatives, they are around you. It could be your friend or anyone else. For him, luckily enough, it was the mom, right? Then the other thing is the effort he's trying to add to have options. One of the people who were called to share during the presentation talked about machine learning, and then there was a section where people were applying health, machine learning into health. So I think this could also be a big initiative for us, since his interest is also in health and sustainable energy.
Yeah, so I want to like talk about it from a bigger picture, like not just health, but like generally, I think in Africa, we have a big opportunity because we still don't have like so much adoption of technology. So we have I think we have the opportunity to leapfrog and like introduce, like make like massive, I would say massive improvements in technology, right? Or like in the way things are done, right? Like if there's a banking system and you're trying to build like a financial thing, then you have to first get rid of the existing banking system, right? But if there's nothing, then you have the opportunity to skip all the old technologies and bring the new stuff, right? So that's I think it's the kind of thing we have right now in Africa, right? Like you can come with your new like AI stuff and completely disrupt what is happening, right? And this is like the opportunity I've had to work in health. So we have had the chance to make labs like so much better than they would be. Like we have helped labs like Test and Fly, like the lab at Entebbe, which is testing like the people coming into the country. Like we're helping them to have like a very short time through which they test of about 2 to 5 hours. And all this is using technology. Like we haven't gone into machine learning, although I think it has a role to play. But yes, I think in whichever industry, whether it's fintech, whether it's transport, whether it is health, whether it's agriculture, I think in Africa we have an opportunity to leapfrog because we don't have existing old technologies that will make adoption hard for you. You can completely leapfrog and bring the new stuff right here. So, yeah, that's what I can say about that.
Thank you so much. Now let's go next to Joanna. Being a co-ed dev, I'm sure there is quite a number of experiences you also went through, like you shared earlier on. And I'm looking at you inspiring quite a number of them here. Others are just getting started, others just at school like you are. Probably they're not even interested in what they're doing. So any advice for them to keep on? Because by the time you were here, maybe you have some bit of interest, but you don't sure of what to do and how to go about it.
Yeah, so as a developer, I hustled in this economy just like all of us here. I went to Makerere University, came out, and everyone didn't want my CV. Like, the hustle is real when you're looking for a job here. And I think the advice I usually have, for especially if I was seated here in 2013 after college, I would advise people that do not just sit at home and send in applications. As a developer, be busy doing something. And so there is a common phrase in job ads, everyone is always looking for experience in some sort of way. And so I found, and after so many years of looking for jobs, I found that after school, the first and the easiest way to create experience is to find a way of contributing to real world code that's being used. And it's hard if you don't have a job, but right now we have things like open source. Somebody talked about open source before. So open source software is actual production code that's downloaded by very many people, and it's free to contribute to. So as you're still looking for a job, make contributions to open source. There you're creating some sort of experience, and that counts as real-world experience, because if you contribute to Python and people are downloading Python and using it on their machines, the employer will look at it as valid experience. And that experience you don't need to apply like a job and then they screen you. It's free, literally free. And what you get from there is that you start writing world-class code, because open source software goes through a lot of review before it's merged. So people all over the world are looking at your code and suggesting changes. By the time they merge one pull request, you've learned that you need how to use Git, you've learned how to unit test code, because you're writing global and world-class code at that level. So that's free way of getting experience that will be useful in your job search. Two, I always say this, and some people who run companies in Uganda don't want to hear this, but you are not a Ugandan developer. You are a world-class developer. So stop limiting yourself to this market. So from your point of view, you need to develop the skills that will make you stand out in the world. The pandemic has shown us that you can work from anywhere. So you can work for Google and you're sitting in Uganda. That's just an example. But then it comes at a cost. You have to make sure you cultivate the right skills. The truth is there are opportunities in Uganda, but some of them may not be able to pay you your word. So if you can make 5M from a company in the Silicon Valley while you're staying in Uganda, you better get that job than getting 300,000 for a company in Uganda. And don't feel guilty when you're doing that, and if anyone guilts you, tell them to give you an equivalent job. Again, I say people won't like that, but at the end of the day, you are a world-class developer. You're supposed to be solving problems in the world. So don't limit yourself to to our economy or what our Uganda can give us. So I don't want to say that it's going to be easy, but just cultivate the skills in yourself that make you stand out in the world, not just Uganda. Yeah, so that's what I would tell myself in 2013.
Well, thank you so much. I hope that is also another leap for us to take on, especially for those ones aspiring to be developers, right? Now, I think I'll open the questions from the audience to ask any of these. I may not say all whatever they have shared with us, but I believe it has been some quite good experience each one of them has gone through to reach where they are. And trust me, from their speeches, they're not willing to end it now. It's like they still have much more ahead to go. And you are there, you're not yet out of school, you want to sleep. I don't know if I've about it right. Yes?
Yes, good afternoon. I've been so much inspired by Mrs. Joanna. I'm a Python developer, so it's quite an honor to be in this room. Now, what I want to know is how, okay, there are like levels to this thing. There is contributing to open source, but then there is being on the core team of the Python Foundation. How did you get there? I really want to know.
So I'm a core developer for the Python language. I'm the director for the Python Software Foundation. So those are two different things. I think you're asking for how to become a core developer for Python. Okay. So the process for being a core developer on Python is very transparent. It's documented on the developer guide for Python. But I also give you how I got through. It was a bit non-traditional. I went through mentorship. However, that's not a very realistic path for being a core developer because people don't have time, core developers don't have time to mentor people. However, I can give you 3 ways of how anybody in this room can become a core developer. So core development involves either writing new code that contributes features to the language or reviewing other people's code or triaging bugs, making sense of bugs and requesting that they are being reproduced. So at the end of the day, other core developers are looking that we can trust 2 aspects of any potential core developer. One, that we can trust you technically to make good decisions about the language. Because at the end of the day, when they give you commit rights, it comes with a lot of power and responsibility. So we should trust that the decisions you make technically are not going to break the code base. Because for example, I have the power to write some code and merge it in the language and people download it tomorrow. So if we don't trust your decisions technically, then probably we will be shipping a lot of buggy code. So the process of that you will go through to be a core developer is aimed at us assessing and making sure you're building that trust technically, first of all, so that you're making the right decisions. It comes from experience, and you do not need to know the whole of Python before you become a core developer. You just need to be an expert in just one aspect of the language. I personally know like 0.0000001% of Python, but I'm a core developer, so we are not really looking for like you knowing the whole language. We want to trust your decisions, and we see if you ask for help when you don't know something. That's one, technically, but because you're a leader in the Python community as a core developer, we need to also trust that you behave ethically. Ethically, you're in good standing. Do you respect other people in the community? We have a code of conduct. So even if you're in mentorship or as you make contributions to the language, we're also looking for things like how do you communicate on the mailing list? Because we need to trust your voice. At the end of the day, when you're a core developer, you're representing Python. So people look at you and say, Python is like this. So you need to be able to communicate with respect and deal with other people in the community with a high level of respect. At its core, we are looking for somebody you can trust. So practically, how can you put yourself in position? Make sure you're consistent in contributing to the Python in some sort of way. either through documentation or actual code or reviewing pull requests. To be honest, if you're consistent enough, even for a period of 6 months, like you're writing pull requests every week, some core developer will identify you and say this person is consistent enough, so either let's mentor them towards core development if you're not yet ready, because every year in October we discuss and we literally just search for the top 5 contributors that are not yet core developers, and then we discuss their trend, like how do they communicate on the mailing list, and then we decide if we can trust one of them. So consistency, and then somebody will reach out to you and promote you to be a core developer at some point. I hope I've answered the question.
Thank you so much, Joan. Any other question?
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sharon, and I'm here because the lady was just spoken inspired me. So my greatest question, let me say the biggest question that I have, or the greatest challenge that I've faced. Me, I did computer science, but honestly, my tech journey started when I was introduced to communities by her, Joanna. So being a community lead and also trying to mentor some other girls who are trying to break into tech, there is a challenge that they really face. You hear about tech is good, and you really try your level best to go to a community, join a community, and try to learn something, and you reach there, and you look at that first code experience, it gives you a challenge, and next time you don't come back. But then, you have this one girl that is always telling you, please go. So the biggest issue is that I dealt with this year is, how do you help these girls understand that, wait, it's not about writing code only, like tech is wide. There are so many things that you can do. And remember, not all of them have done computer science, software engineering, some have done accounting, some are in business, but they are really interested because they reach out and they say, I am interested. But when I reach there, I don't understand, and I don't know what to do next. So this tech thing you're talking about is still not making sense.
So thank you, Sharon. I'm going to give an answer from personal experience. Some other people may correct me or not. So not everyone, first of all, I would have to say, I would love that all of us were techies, but not everyone was built for tech. So first of all, I would suggest that you evaluate your passions and what you want to do. And if you feel like you really, tech is something that's in your passion, then that's the first step. Decide that you want to pursue tech. Then when you reach the community, there is nothing easy. I mean, my language is bad, but I will put it the way it is. Some things need a bit of aggressiveness. If you want something, you have to be determined and choose to pursue it. So even if when you come in a community and things are a bit hard, you need to have some sort of grit and perseverance and discipline to continue pursuing it until you're good at it. That's why I started with passion, because if you're not passionate, it will be very hard for you to push yourself to do whatever it is. In my first Python class, the professor looked at me and said, sister, don't worry, you'll manage. I was seated behind, and he saw me struggling with the machine. I was in first year. And like, sister, you'll manage, don't worry. I even put that statement in my first book I wrote. So, but I knew that I wanted to be in tech. It's just that things were not working at that time. But I just put in the discipline and I said, I have to make sure this thing actually works. If you are ready, I'll add this. I'm sorry to the gentleman. I'm not being segregative. I actually hate talking about women things because it makes me feel like a victim, but I have to say this. If you are a lady, you have to be a bit more aggressive, because the moment you reach an interview, being a lady puts you a bit low. I mean, in the pile, right? So you need to prove yourself a little bit more. I'm not saying this to be bad on any company, but for most roles I've actually been overhired. And even after they overhire you, you'll work for 10 years and still be in the same role. Because they're fearing to promote you, you might not be good. And then some guy who is 1 year old, they'll be like, we can trust him. But for you, they're like, she has been good for 5 years, we might promote her and then she be bad. They're always fearing for you. And so what I'm trying to say is you need to put on a little bit more muscle. The thing, I don't want to talk about what should companies do to make women be comfortable, because I have no control over that. But I have control about what I can do to still stay in the career. And that's what I would love to talk about. Make sure you are aggressive enough and invest time in your skills if you want to remain in technology. To be honest, if you know your shit or if you know your stuff, they're going to look beyond the agenda. You'll come there, you do your thing, and people will say, anyway, she's a lady now, yeah. She knows her stuff. So you can never dispute your skills. If you can show them, if you can write the code, people will say, but she can do the stuff. So that you have control over. But by mere fact that you are a lady, you need to put in a little bit more be a little bit more aggressive, especially if you're a young person, you've just left university. People will always look like you are a lady. I think one time they sent me to Citibank to work on something for my company, and then my boss had to come and have a meeting to convince those people that I was the right candidate to actually do that job then. So if I'd said, oh my God, if I'd given up that day, I wouldn't still be a developer. But go in that server room, do what you're supposed to do, come out, let them apologize and continue. So no one will ever dispute skill. If you have your skill, we will never debate about that. They can debate about the woman part, but the skill part, never give room for them to debate about anything like that. Yeah, that's what I would say. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Joanna. Any other question? As you're getting to that one, you notice that it's not just a bed of roses, right? You have to go out there, do it. If it means having sleepless nights, please do. Don't finish campus to say that was because work time we used to sleep without sleeping. Now it is time for saying no.
Go ahead. Thank you so much, our presenters. My question goes to Angela. Yeah, she talked about coding in heels. So what does it take for one to join? And if someone joins, do they provide training? And if they provide, is it for free? And if it's not for free, how much do they charge? And which languages or which technologies are they teaching?
Thank you so much for your question. This is the part why I brought in and said I'm not an entrepreneur. It's very important. I'm going to tell you a little story, and maybe it will lead me to answering your question. When I came back from Egypt 2019, I was actually planning to do a 6-month course for girls for free, in the tech space. The simple stuff, starting with HTML, JavaScript, Python. And of course we got shut down. Corona happened. I've been unfortunate enough to get Corona twice. So like out of the 18 months, I've probably been okay for about 7. But then that also gave me a lot of time to think. And this brings me back to her question where she says, girls, and I regret calling my organization Coding in Heels because now everyone just turns it to coding. If someone asks me now, I'm in management now. I don't code. I've not coded in a while. I'm in management, which brings that aspect of not every techie has to be a coder. We promote code so much, but let me tell you, like Joanna said, coding, you won't sleep for 3 nights because some semicolon has decided to be misplaced somewhere. And not everyone has that tenacity. I'm telling you, even when I was working in Airtel, you'd leave on a Friday and come back on a Monday, and you left the IT guys in the same clothes that you find them in on Monday. That's the real world that we don't talk about. We're like, oh, coding, yes, it's the way to go, it's the thing to do. Guys, you can write that code and you feel you want to throw up. But let me not divert. So what I realized is the problem that she's facing is we come and we're like, come into tech, join. I mean, if I didn't have a tech background, I mean, people stand on stage and they start throwing out words which you've never heard, right? Like I came out of the IT space and I went to telecom, and the first meeting they called us, and this was the conversation. Yeah, so you see when the MSISDN does not match the ICCID, then we have a problem. And I was like, I'm going to be fired, because I didn't know what was happening. Now that's what's happening with a lot of girls. We find them on the street, join, there's DevFest, there's Coding in Heels, there's this, there's that, and then they come in, they find a whole lot of gibberish. Even I wouldn't come back, yeah? So what we have to do now is change the narrative. What I realized, we have to bring in girls in their capacity. Not every girl wants to be a techie, but a girl might want to be a fashion designer, yeah? And then we can introduce and say, you know what? Do you know you can use e-commerce to sell your products so you don't have to get a shop at, on Kampala Road, right? Someone can be an artist, and then we introduce them to graphics. That's all tech. But it's unfortunate that we're all like, tech is code, tech is code. Someone comes, they code 3 lines, they're like, this is not for me, I'm out. And no one takes the time to say, that's just a drop in the ocean. There's so much. So, please follow my page. It's on Facebook and Twitter, even my own LinkedIn. I honestly am trying to create an overall program for girls, and that's not just tech. I mean, girls need help in public speaking, being confident. What John is saying, tenacity. Girls are like, next thing. So we have to teach you to be resilient. And also, the other thing I want to point out, yes, we blame the guys for all, they mistreat us in the tech space, but you see, guys are doers. We've seen girls who come in, they're like, I'm a techie. Then the server stops working there. Tom, can you help me? But you've applied for the same position, you understand? And you've shown them, I'm a girl in tech, I'm this and this, and then you get there, and then you don't want to perform on the same standard you've told them you can perform. So we are in the process of coming up with something. To be honest, I'm just getting back on my feet right now, right? But trust me, you will know. As long as you follow my page, when we've sussed out everything we're going to do, we'll let you know.
Thank you so much for that. Any other question?
Okay.
Good afternoon. My name is Cynthia. Just to do a little stalking, may you please all give us your social media platform handles, because you've all been talking about follow me, and you're actually not giving any. It's okay.
I'm not active on social media. I'm so bad. It's because what you binge do is what I spend my time binging. Like off social media, like I take some time. But on Facebook I'm not active, but I'm active on LinkedIn. On LinkedIn I'm Rachel Wantale. My Rachel does not have it's not an A, does not have, it's R-A-C-H-E-L, Luantale, with L, not R. That's on LinkedIn. Instagram, no, that one I don't do anything professionally, so that would be the best place you can get me, on LinkedIn. Twitter, no. Facebook, no.
I think I'll start with my LinkedIn. My LinkedIn is Angela Mirembe Samogere. My name is a single L. It's not a double L for Angela. Facebook, same thing, Angela Mirembe Samogere. There's also Coding in Heels on Facebook. Twitter, it's the same thing. I think it's Angela M. Samogere or Angie Mirembe. Coding in Heels on Twitter is Coding in Heels UG. Yeah.
For me, I'm not on Facebook, I'm not on LinkedIn, I'm only on Twitter and math something. It's called mathstodon.xyz. I'm trying to transition from Twitter to that, but for both, I use Captain Joanna, Captain with a C, underscore, and camel case. So Joanna is also capital. Yeah, that's Twitter.
So for me, I'm active on, okay, I mean, I'm not active on social media to begin with. Yeah, I'm terrible. But if you do reach out to me, I will definitely get you, because I have them on my phone. The easiest way to get all my social media is to just Google me. Just type Ernest Okot, and you'll see like a bunch of links. But you can reach out to me on LinkedIn or on Twitter. And yeah, let's connect.
Thank you. Any other question?
So there's one from here.
Good afternoon, everyone. My question is to Miss Rachel. Normally when you are like, if you are doing a business, people keep on telling you don't give up, don't give up, don't give up. And you talked about trying and failing, trying and failing. At what point do you realize that actually the business you are doing has actually failed?
This is the thing, the fact is that life is a journey. You know, I also do personal development. It's a journey. So the best way you can learn is through failure. So you have to have a journal or a diary, and whenever you fail, you have to ask yourself, why have I failed? And most times you may fail. On my part, I failed because I was aiming for something small. Yet God wanted me to be somewhere bigger, and I was just coping. I was like, okay, chino chikola. This works, you know that thing Ugandans have. But I had to go through the process of personal development. I had to understand my strengths, my weaknesses. That's very essential. In fact, if you guys can do it right now, it will save you. You may spend money. Yes, we do it. You may spend money, but it's going to cut off around 8 years of your time wastage, because you understand what your strengths are, what your weaknesses are, and you get advice on which areas you can prosper well, so you can align your current business. On my part, that was my journey. It's not that I regret it. It gave me all the aspects of business. Like, I understand it. Someone can tell me something maybe in a food delivery, and I already see where everything is wrong, and I've already seen this person may fail in a period of 1 year because there is an aspect they are not doing. So the part you reach where you say you have failed is when you're not reaching your ultimate potential in that business. If you have a business and you're struggling for 5 years, really, why are you struggling? You've not evaluated yourself. That means there is something that's missing. And that's where we come in as consultants to help you assess where something is wrong. But the first thing, before any business, I would advise personal development. Understand yourself and understand that it's a continual journey. You're growing, it's continual. What you're thinking now after campus and you say, hey, this is the ultimate, won't be the same thing at 25, at 30 years, at 35 years. Whatever change you have whenever you travel, something is going to change. whenever you start a relationship, something is going to change. And to the women here, I'm going to give you advice. Please, do not mess up on the person you're going to call your lifetime partner. It's going to mess you up if you pick the wrong choice. So the first thing is that you have to understand yourself. That decision has ruined so many women and buried their dreams. So the most important thing, especially if you're going into career, it's growth. So you have to make sure you're growing, even if you've decided to go into that aspect. It still goes to men, but I'm just saying it on the part of women, because even in personal development, we notice that that's what bars the woman. Like, if you have a partner who is going to consistently tell you you're very stupid, even if you're not, you're not going to be confident enough to present yourself in an interview, because in your background you have, yes, I'm very stupid, but I'm doing so many great things. I can code, but I'm stupid. So how come I'm performing well it's called, okay, we call it cognitive disorders. You have an imposter syndrome, we have that. So going back to what you said, the only way you know, most times when you're failing, it's because you're not aiming for where your purpose and where your potential is. That's when you realize that, yes, I have failed and I have to reassess my business and maybe go into something else.
Thank you so much for that. I think we're running out of time. Just one last question, then we close it.
Maybe, okay. Janet, maybe we can just take all of them at once and answer them at once. Yeah. So we can start there.
Good afternoon, guys. My question goes to Ernest. You said you mentor people at your workplace, you nurture them. Unfortunately, there are no women, which is sad. But then I want to ask, how long does it take to get someone from the ground up to somewhere where you can trust them to work on a product in your company?
I'm sorry, but my question also goes to Mr. Ernest. You said you want ladies, more ladies in your company. I'm one person who likes developing and coding. In some companies, and you find maybe the languages and the frameworks they are using, that's a technology. Maybe they are so different from what we've been learning. So which technologies and frameworks, or in case you're using any, and languages, do you specialize in?
And, and my last one goes to Captain Joanna. The last speaker, in a nutshell, spoke about us disconnecting regularly, find something to do, swim, take walks, find something to do. And we realize that for your case, something that you do to disconnect that is so special, you fly aircraft as a hobby, yeah? So given, my question is, how did you pick up interest in aircrafts? Number one. Number two, and given the fact that, being a dev is time consuming, how did you manage to find time to be able to learn how to pilot aircrafts? Thank you.
Yeah, I also want to hear the answer to that. I think it makes sense to have that as the last answer, but I will try to answer the two questions that were that have been sent to me, and they are kind of related. So in my companies, we use the same stack for both back end and front end, because I believe in code review, and as a startup, we want to have a small team that can self-review, and everyone can contribute to all parts of the code base. So our tech stack of choice is we use the JavaScript ecosystem, and we code in TypeScript. So on the back end, we use TypeScript with Express and MongoDB or Postgres. So that is using Mongoose and SQLize. And we also use things like Redis for queues and things like that. And then on the front end, we use like React, JS, using either Next.js or like Create React app. Yeah, so like we chose like the JavaScript ecosystem because first of all, it's full stack. We can do almost everything. Oh yeah, like one thing I forgot to mention is that we also build like web apps using React Native, right? So we chose like React, I mean we chose the JavaScript ecosystem because it's a full stack ecosystem. You can do almost everything. It's not, I wouldn't be so arrogant to say that it's the best because there's no best with technology. It always depends on the problem. But as a startup, where we're trying to prove a concept and we're trying to like figure out, I guess, a model that makes money, like we wanted to like be able to easily like find developers. I think JavaScript is the most used, I guess, language in the world. So we chose that like so that we can easily get people. And like even if we, I guess in the early days we couldn't afford to actually like hire people, so we'd get people who, I guess people who are just joining, and we would, I guess, nurture them and teach them. So that comes to your question, like how long does it take? So like in my experience, for people who are very interested, like there are some prerequisites, right? You have to be very interested in this stuff. You have to be like very passionate, and you also have to have the personality to like persist, right? Like you have to be stubborn, because I mean, like I still remember in school, like a lot of times people, like when we are learning like Android software development, most people would stop at the part of installing Android Studio, right? Because it was so difficult. So, but then if you skip that part of installing Android Studio and then you made an app and it's actually worked, then that's when your mind is like, wow, shit can actually work, sorry. So then you end up actually like doing more, right? So if you're the kind of person who gets to that point and jumps over like the hard part, of course there's more hard things, but you have to be the kind of person who always persists and stubbornly like goes beyond the hard stuff and keeps on jumping those loops. So like typically I've seen people within 1 year, 2 years, they leave the company and go and get a job with some, yeah, and this is the sad part, like they leave us and they go and start working for some foreign companies. Yeah, and I wish more people would stay, but I understand that like there's more money out there. I think our economy is just not that developed, unfortunately. But it is something that we're working on, and soon we'll start to see like more and more companies that are raising big rounds of funding and can afford to retain the talent. But that's definitely, I think a challenge. But like to answer your question, like usually it takes about a year for people to become like what you'd call like a junior engineer, and then like 2 to 3 years, like you start to see them becoming more of a mid-level like software engineer. Yes, and I have a lot of like examples of people whom I've seen actually like progress. There's a very impressive young man. I will not mention his name. Like I think I started working with him in 2019, and now he's a very good like mid-level engineer, and like I have so many other examples of such people. So I hope that answers your question. But it's extremely hard, and you have to be that kind of person who is going to jump those hoops. Yeah.
Thank you. Let's go next.
Okay, so there were two questions. One, I'll start with how do we unwind as developers? So I understand that there are times when you have to be a little bit uncomfortable, like work a little bit long hours if you need to get some stuff. done or towards deadlines, it's normal to overwork, but relaxing or taking time off is a productivity, should I say a productivity tool. You will look for a semicolon for 7 hours if you're tired. But if you sleep and wake up in the morning, you'll find it in 2 minutes. So don't waste your time. Just go and sleep and wake up tomorrow. Let's just be honest with ourselves. And most of us, I think, identify with that. You've tried to solve a bug at night. For 12 hours, you're looking, you're playing hide and seek. And then you wake up in the morning at 7 a.m., 30 minutes, you call your CTO, we are done, the project is ready to ship. So rest is really important for an engineer, especially if you use your head. But also relaxing is a way of developers. You know, we have a bad name and a bad reputation for not being social. Our conversations are very awkward, you know? And so let's stop. Some developers are actually not that bad, but some of you don't relax and create time to create relationships, are giving us that bad name. So relaxing gives you the opportunity to be able to talk to people. I know a guy who worked for a week straight. The last time he tried to walk, his knees, he was saying, maybe I'd forgotten how to walk. So it will affect how, like, first of all, your health, your social being, so it has to be deliberate. So relax, it's a productivity tool, but it's good. So the last question I had was about how did I transition, or why did I love piloting? So I wanted to fly since I was young, but my parents were poor, so we couldn't afford flying school. But I was intrigued by the fact that so I'd never been in a plane. Of course, I was poor, so I'd never been in a plane. But have you ever held a pen and you let go of it, it falls down? But that big plane, we used to say, Museveni is passing, it would never fall down. So I kept asking myself, I wanted to know what keeps such a heavy thing in the sky with 200 people. The last time I read 200 people would be in such a big thing. So I wanted to know what makes such a big thing stay in the air. That's why I started by studying aeronautical engineering, because I was really interested in this machine. Is it witchcraft or it's a real aircraft? I wanted to know the magic. So now I know that there are aerodynamic forces that make things stay in air. So that was my motivation. But the other aspect now that I appreciate is the fact that I have special access to airports even when I don't need to fly out of the country. So it's good it's, okay, I satisfied my curiosity, that's why I wanted to fly, but it's also fun in general. It's not a good way of relaxing because you read a lot when you're a pilot, so let me not lie you about that part. It's not very relaxing. Even the actual flying, you multitask a lot, so it's not as simple as people think. So I won't lie to you about that part. You read so many exams, you read so many things in a short time to even pass exams. So it's a bit uncomfortable but fun if you love it. Yeah, that's all.
Thank you so much, Joanna, and the rest on the panel, Angela and Ernest. Rach has just left us. I think that's been quite a very insightful panel, and we've picked one or two things from it. And I'm looking forward to more insights from you as we go ahead. So I'll give back the mic to Tabby.
Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for the panel. Thank you so much for honoring us with your time and all your knowledge. We're really grateful. So I'd like to invite Solomon Opio. I don't know whether he's, oh yeah, he is. He says clap for him.
You guys, I was joking. I really don't like to be clapped for those things. So what is that?
Okay, thank you for clapping for me. And I really must say, thank you very much for being part of DevFest 2021. We used to have, huge DevFests, numbers not less than 500, people coming together. But what I'm seeing and what I'm hearing from people is that, they have met new people. I told guys, what you need to do, come to this place, find a mentor, find someone that you can work with, someone you can, run to whenever you need anything. It's a place. Now, if we have developers coming together and, young people who are interested in learning new things and people who are interested in mentoring others, you have met, I don't think you had met these guys before. If you did, probably this now opens a platform for you to actually, get out there and do something different. And that is what we want for the community in Uganda. We had about 2 weeks ago, we did what we call the DevFest. We launched the DevScape report with the Innovation Village, and this is something that we're going to be doing every year. We want to understand what is out there. What do the girls want? What do the men want in terms of skilling, in terms of jobs, and what technologies are trending? Then we make sure that people are acquiring the right jobs. The right skills for the right jobs. We're going to be available to, continue helping. You realize that the sessions that we have had, we could not go so much in depth because we do not have enough time. But I promise you, we are going to have more of those sessions, more practical and in-depth. In the new year, we are going to be having more physical sessions. Those who have been part of the Women Tech series, you realize that we did not have a physical meeting at any one point. And now, it's time to do something different. We all know that when we are physical, there is, you pick things better. So let's brace ourselves for great new things. And I want to really appreciate the team that has worked so tirelessly to make this event successful. I don't know if you have all the organizers who are, here, the likes of ASA. We did not make an introduction earlier on. Jeanette, and we have, a team of GDG, not GDG, GDSC. Makerere University, these guys have been, great. Then the other people that you saw standing here were former leads of DSC, and they've really done a great job. I know some of them have left, but I want to say thank you so much. Can we also have the leads, the DSC leads, come forward so that we just get to know you. The DSC leads from the different universities, we just need to know you so that if we have students who are, close to you, it could be a great opportunity for us to, like I mentioned, someone said, yes, they are part of a DSC. There's a lead of GDG and Tebe around, but she got an emergency. But you see these guys. Now these are the people who are, doing things within the community, trying to make sure, people are learning. And
Yes, some of us may have been there for quite some time. But these guys, even when they come to you to tell you, no, we are trying to do ABCD, you see that there is really, really potential. And we're going to have really great leaders from these guys. Maybe just to mention, your name, which institution, and I know we have ex-leaders here, of course. You can still mention that I was leading. Just a quick one.
Hi, again. My name is Makmo Johnson, ex-DSC lead at Uganda Institute of Information and Communication Technology. Yeah, I'm happy to be here, and I'm happy to see you guys around. Anytime, feel free to check on me. My Twitter handle is Johnson Makmot. Yeah, thank you.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I am Namwone Brenda Tabitha. I am the former GDSC lead of Makerere University Business School. Yeah, just like him. My Twitter handle is @Little_Mugisu. That's Little_Mugisu, all in lowercase. So it's the same with my Instagram. My LinkedIn is Brenda Tabitha Namwone. If you Google me, you can find my various blogs on life and on tech, and perhaps my YouTube channel. What else will you find? Yes, the startup I work with is called WAPI, www.wapi.ug, and please sign up. Would like to see you join us. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Latim Rani David, GDSC lead, Makerere University Business School. My Twitter handle @Latrondav, LATRONDAV. Okay, yeah. What else? I'm a clearing agent. I'm a customs clearing agent. I have my own company. It's called Samaritans Investments. For anyone bringing things from, okay, we deal in import and export, to summarize. So if you're importing, exporting, you can reach out.
Okay, once again, good evening, everyone. I'm called Janet, and I'm Mary Namutevi, and I'm the co-lead of the Gidigi Cloud Kampala, as well as the lead of Women Tech Makers Kampala. Besides that, I'm a software engineer, and I work with DFCU as an applications developer. Behind me, I have a very great team of co-women. I'm lucky that they're not all here. I only have one. That is Tabitha Naomi. She's among the core team. That helps us. You see us running Women Tech series all over with Solomon. There is a team behind cooking all this. A core team of ladies and gentlemen. Probably because of time they already left, but yes, that's us. And we encourage you to join us on all our platforms, Gidigi Cloud Kampala, Women Tech Makers Kampala, be it on Facebook and Twitter. Twitter mostly for all the platforms, and also the main Gidigi platform, the main Gidigi community. When you just Google Gidigi community, you join Gidigi Cloud Kampala, also Gidigi Kampala, right? Yeah, maybe my channels, for me, Twitter, Janet Junks, you've seen that. The other platforms, you maintain my names, Janet and Mary Namutevi. That's it.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Lugada Asa. I work as the lead for the Google Developer Community for Kampala. I also work I work with a startup called Impact. Basically, what we are doing is that we are just extending coding lessons, training to kids in school. Twitter handle, if you put Asa Lugada across Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, yeah, you'll get me there. Thank you.
Hello everyone, my name is Bukira Halima. It's good to see so many MOOC students here, my classmates. Hi. Thank you so much for coming. I am the GDSC lead for Makerere University. I'm a software engineering student here too.
I am a CEO of Alpha Jury Innovations Limited. My on Twitter, I'm on Twitter, LinkedIn, Instagram, Halima Bukira. Yes, I think. Oh, also follow us, GDSC MOOC. Instagram, LinkedIn. We have a YouTube channel, so if you've missed some of our sessions, they are uploaded on YouTube. On Twitter, LinkedIn, yes. GDSC MOOC. Or GD. If GDSC doesn't come, GDSC MOOC, type DSC MOOC. DSC underscore MOOC. I know that's for Twitter. Yes.
Hi everyone, I'm Smith Jonathan Enoch. I'm the GDS lead for Chambogo University. I'm happy to be with you today. My Twitter handle is @Smith Jonathan Enoch, and as I'm really glad being part of the GDSC team, because according to the people I've interacted with at Chambogo, we are doing some great impact. More developers have been guided, and we are bringing change. We are opening doors for many people. It's not just it might seem easy, but it's great work we're doing out there. So we also have our social media accounts are at Chambogo GDST Chambogo, and then Chambogo University for the village of Chambogo. Thanks very much.
Hello everyone, how are you? My name is Kayongo Johnson Brian. I am an ex-DSC lead. For us, we used to call them DSC before they branded to Google Developer Students Club. I'm the ex-DSC lead Uptake Computer Education, which is now Isbat University. Apparently, I'm working for a company called Adelates, the shirt that I'm wearing. I am a back-end engineer using Python. I use Python a lot. In case you want to see me, I have to put Python because next year I'm contributing to Python. I see someone who approves. Next year I'm bringing some new changes. Yeah, in case you want to follow me or you want to connect with me, I use Kayongo Johnson Brian everywhere. Twitter, everywhere. I use Kayongo Johnson Brian, my real names. Just hit me up and we talk. Thank you very much.
A round of applause to these guys. Please, you can have your seats. For me, you go to Google, google.com, look for Solomon Opio. You will not get lost. All right. And one last person. Rachel, please come here. Rachel. Rachel is this person who has been, trying to push me here and there. Here, let's do A, B, C, D. Rachel works with the Innovation Village, and she's definitely my colleague, but she has really put a lot of pressure on me. A lot of pressure, and thank you, Rachel. You are part of the success of this event. Do you want to say something?
Hi. Thank you so much for coming to this event. I know it's your event. We always feel energized when we see developers in one room. We know the next solutions for our community are going to come from you guys, so we're very proud of your community. Yeah, that's all from me. Thank you, Solomon, for honoring me.
All right. A better round of applause, you guys. All right. Lastly, we were meant to have, take this very, very clearly. We were meant to have a session after this, but you realize with the students of Makerere University, and we are not going to be having that now because time has really, someone will call it scattered. Time has really scattered. So
let's have that session tomorrow. Do we agree? No. Makerere University. Do we have people who really wanted to be part of this, you know, apart from the Makerere University students? And we are only going to change location back to Makerere University. Does that work? Or do we want to continue? So Halima is going to advise on what time we are going to have that, and we shall meet. Whatever time you call me, I will be there. So, once again, thank you very much. Let's keep the community booming, and let's have a minute. Yeah, so let's keep the community running, and what I mentioned in the morning, I will say it again. Let's not give up on community, because there is a lot that we can benefit when it comes to, you know, skilling and all that. Reach out to me. I'm very sure quite a number of you have both my email address, I could even say email addresses, and my phone number. In case of anything, reach out to me. We need to build a great tech community in Uganda and even beyond. We have the support of you know, several institutions, including the Innovation Village. So let's keep there. And finally, there's music running. I mean, there's music in the next room. There is what we call omoleso. People who have been saying I have issues with pronouncing Luganda words. I hope I have not. Halima, are you saying something? I didn't hear that.
I kindly request that all MOOC students, we meet there in that corner so that we can agree on the time we can have the session tomorrow.
Oh yeah, so that makes sense. Now, while you're getting out of this room and getting to the next, there's actually, I mean, you need to go and see what Omoleso looks like, and, you know, have a feel of what is there, you know, buy a few things here and there. Have something to remember about DevFest. Well, this is the last event we're having this year. So let's go and be part of that. Just see what is happening. If you have some cash, please spend the money, And with that, I would like to officially close this event. So, so after closing, someone else comes. Group picture. So let's come for a group picture before we leave. Yes, please. You want to first take a picture with me?
Okay, praise God. Yes, so I've been there and I've been itching. I said we could not leave this place minus thanking the Lord because of the brains. You know, some of you might think that because you're bright, it's automatic, because your mom was bright, and we forget that there is God above all things. So kindly let us stand and have a prayer. So yes, we're going to have a song. Please allow me spend some 5 minutes praising the Lord.
Yes. Okay. It's fine. Okay, let us, give him. Okay, it will depend on the Holy Spirit. Okay, let us humble ourselves and put ourselves in the mood of prayer. May the Spirit of the Lord come down. Amen. Let the Spirit of the Lord come down as we pray. Let the Spirit of the Lord from heavens come down. Let the Spirit of the Lord come down. Let your glory of the Lord come down. Amen. Let the glory of the Lord come down as we pray. Let the glory of the Lord from heavens come down. Let the glory of the Lord come down. Let the fire of the Lord come down. Amen. Let the fire of the Lord come down as we pray. Let the fire of the Lord from heavens come down. Let the fire of the Lord come down. Let the wisdom of the Lord come down. Amen. Let the wisdom of the Lord come down as we pray. Let the wisdom of the from heaven come down. Let the wisdom of the Lord come down. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Heavenly Father, we thank you for today. We thank you that you've blessed us with brains. We thank you that you've blessed us with this moment. We thank you that you've kept us alive. So many people are dying. So many people have not been able to fulfill their dreams, Father. But who are we? You've kept us alive. You've blessed us. You've always proven to be God. You're almighty and all-powerful. We come before you this evening presenting ourselves for all the faults that we do willingly and those that we do unwillingly because we are humans. We pray that you help us cleanse ourselves. You pray that you cleanse us before we present our petitions to you, Father. We pray that we bless your name for all the people that have guided us, for all the people that have mentored us through this day. We bless you for you gave them knowledge. You gave them understanding. And you enabled them to have a heart of sharing. We thank you that us as students, you've enabled us to come and share, meet beautiful people with very beautiful brains and all the mentorship that we've gotten. We pray that whatever we've discussed today might be a change of our lives. Whatever we've discussed today in your name might be a testimony one day, that we may stand on our legs and say that it was that one day I went for a DevFest, Father. We want to bless your name because you always promise in your word that we are heads, not tails, Father. We pray that you enable us put whatever we've learned in practice. We bless the people who have blessed us with knowledge. We bless our families. We bless our country because we know, Father, in case anything goes wrong, all our dreams that we have cannot be fulfilled in your name. We pray that you continue guiding us, continue blessing us, oh Lord. Continue blessing us so that we bless your holy name, so that people might see the beautiful fruits of your work in us, so that people might look us and get to know that we are software engineers, we are computer scientists, we are people with brains, we are people that you've blessed, and may they see
your presence in our lives. We bless the people that have been here. We bless everyone, Lord. We thank you for your greatness and goodness. We cannot thank you more. We thank you, Jesus. And as we are going to go back to our places where we came from, we pray for journey mercies. Guide us in whatever way we are going to pass. Be the driver, Father, because we know anything can happen. But with your protection, we believe that we shall reach safely. We'll be able to meet again, to testify, to tell ourselves that we've grown better, to have better things to discuss in your name. We pray all this through Christ our Lord. May the grace of our Lord Jesus Christ and the love of God and the fellowship of the Holy Spirit be with us all now and forever. Amen. In the name of the Father and of the Son and of the Holy Spirit. Yes, hope I've taken 2 minutes.
This was a great session, by the way. It was, I mean, one of the best, if not the best. This must have been the best session. If we have Muslims here, I really don't know, but I hope you prayed with us. Please come and we have a group picture before we go for Omo Leso.
Anybody will won't fight you. When they come, they already know. I'll be right beside you, like the wall of Jericho. They don't know, they don't know, they don't know what's going on. Wanna get so, my baby boo. I'll be a soldier for you. I'm getting better in Kung Fu. You should know I got you, and you don't need to guide me too. I'll be right beside you in anything that you do. If you ever need saving, I will be running to you, running to you.
Rachel, what is our camera?
I'll be running to you, running.
What is our main camera?
Anywhere that you go to, running to you. I'll be running to you, running to you. Anywhere that you go to.
When I'm looking for trouble, it's cause I know that I got you. Wanting my best, everybody, and it's because of your kung fu. I know the time that I'm out of control. You hold me down, you never let go.
Can everyone say DevFest 2021 as we close?
And I'll be right there.
Shout it high so that we get that on video. Yep.
And I go run for you. And anybody waits, I be, yeah. Don't be you, pull it, I be around. And if I ever need saving, I'll be running to you.
Running to you. I'll be running to you, running to you. Anywhere that you go to.
We're shouting DevFest 2021 and we do whatever we're doing with our hands and then we close. So on 1, 2, 3 and you said DevFest 2021. Yeah. I'm counting again. So let's go. On 1, 2, I wait. So on 1, 2, 3, and we say yes. Thank you for coming. Again. He says again, not me. So let's go. 1, 2, 3, and let's go. Yay! That's it. Thank you guys for coming. One thing that you should know here at Motive, we're a home for makers.